Welcome to chat. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to Root Double Before Crime After Days. Now, we're on the final day leading up to the present time of Before Crime. And I think we are going to unlock a third route after we catch up. Well, would it be a third route? Or would it just catch up and then continue on through the 12 hours or so that it takes between the attack and when Watase and Natsuhiko come face to face in the reactor room, the quote-unquote reactor room. I wonder. And then there's what happens after Watase and Natsuhiko come face to face in the reactor room at the end of After Days. It's going to be very interesting. The last day. Tips to read? Okay. Tips is G. Man's Taxi, Sanemiya Style Savate, and Bayo Bayo episode 5 and 6. Vacation. Sanemiya Style Savate, a composite system of martial arts created by Salu by mixing several styles of hand-to-hand combat. Savate is an art of self-defense spread by French gentlemen in the Bourbon dynasty and is also known as French kickboxing. Savate is based on the theory of controlling the distance to one's opponent with footwork and quickly closing in on them for a KO. However, Sanemiya-style Savate includes moves that seem to only exist to appeal to some mysterious third party, rather than for any effective use against an opponent. Such moves include the Sanemiya Screw, a leg-wrapping throw, the Sanemiya Sleeper, a hold that applies pressure to a sitting opponent's carotid artery from behind, the Sanemiya Rocket, a death-defying Mexican lucha libre diving move, and the Sanemiya Suplex, where you hook the opponent's arms back from behind and bridge backwards, drawing a beautiful arc in the air with your opponent as you strike them into the ground. Perhaps it is a martial arts style more suited for acting out a dramatic plot, rather than simply subduing an opponent. Just called out. Episode 5 commentary. Still don't get it? Your real enemies are the townspeople you swore to protect. That's right, the normal humans with no powers. Controlled by the Dark Lloyd telepathy used by the leader of the dark organization Nobody, the townspeople grab at Beyond Comny. The people she swore to protect are attacking her, and to make matters worse, she no longer has Yeti there to support her. Kirara has always stood up cheerfully, no matter what difficulties had faced her, but now, who's friend and who's foe? What should she do, and for whom? Beyond Comny's mind trembles intensely at the Nobody leader's tempting words. The very townspeople we swore to protect have become our enemies. Quite ironic. Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Salu were chased relentlessly by the security department under false charges. But Mashiro still did not let herself lose heart. For her Yeti, that is, Natsuhiko and Salu, never abandoned her. To strive for someone's sake, to strive by someone's side, it seems that was all she needed. And episode 6. Yeti told me that the human heart that feels is stronger than any power. Psychic powers were once thought to be the all-powerful solution to everything. But once that power awoke within Kirara, she actually came to learn of its limits. Neither Kirara's psychic powers, nor the Nobody leader's Dark Lloyd telepathy could move the hearts of the people. An oft-repeated theme of the series is that even if psychic powers are different, they are not necessarily meant to be feared. And it is with a smile that Miko lends a hand to not Kirari, but to Beyond Komni. The emotional understanding of the psychic girl and the non-psychic girl at the end always touches the hearts of viewers. Psychic Girl Beyond Beyond official guidebook. Fun. Mad Taxi. Rokume City has full ADS adoption in its vehicles, but still uses commercial buses and taxis with drivers. Even if driving is normally left up to the ADS, the driver can switch to manual driving mode in case of emergencies. The presence of a human driver has also been shown to have a major effect on the passenger's sense of security that is the wrong effect. Furthermore, for the companies providing such riding services, human drivers help make it more clear who is liable in the case of an accident. So, having human drivers makes sense for all parties involved. Being a driver in Rokume City does not require as much driving skill or geographical knowledge as it would in other places. What is more important is the ability to observe and operate the ADS on board. Oh yeah, other evidence for the third and possibly fourth routes. All these question marks. All these question marks. I think we counted and I'm at like half the entries. Out of 166, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 90. I'm still missing 90 out of 167. There's definitely a third and possibly fourth route. Alright. In the starless darkness, Natsuhiko found himself on the ground. The sound of a watch echoed faintly nearby. Natsuhiko awoke to that sound. Where am I? He was still in the ruined factory. Before Chapter 7, September 16th, the day of the incident. Apparently, the man had tied him up while he was out cold. Just how much time had passed since he had lost consciousness? As he pondered that question, he heard people groaning beside him. Natsuhiko? It was Mashiro and Salu. They had both just woken up, it seemed. Guys, are you okay? I guess I'm okay. I don't hurt anywhere, at least. But it looks like we can't move. Huh? Natsuhiko finally noticed. His hands and feet were bound by stiff rope. And on closer inspection, Mashiro and Salu were bound in the same way. What is this? I think it's to prevent us from escaping. No matter how much strength he put into his arms and legs, the ropes wouldn't budge. Damn it, we need to free ourselves and stop those guys. As if in response to Natsuhiko's impatience, a strange cry echoed out from the darkness. Ah, they didn't break Alice. Thank goodness. Alice, over here. Wait, hang on. Did we ever see Alice move on her own? I didn't know Alice was ambulatory. Alice ran over to Salou as if in response to her voice. Wait, Alice can walk on her own? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a simple feature, but yes, she can walk in accordance to voice commands or by inputting root data. I see. Then can we get Alice to bring us something we can use to cut the ropes? Does the ferret look like it has manual dexterity? Didn't think of that. After looking around, they spotted some glass shards scattered on the ground beneath the window. Okay, Alice, start command. Go forward 15 meters, pick up the glass shard there, and return to current position. End command. Alice responded confidently and headed to the window. She spent a moment there looking for the object Salou commanded her to find, and eventually she came back with a shard of glass in her mouth. An articulated mouth, too? You did it. Good girl, Alice. Natsuhiko twisted himself around to take the glass shard from Alice. Hang on a second, guys. I'll get myself free so I can cut your ropes. Natsuhiko pressed the rope against the shard as hard as he could. And somehow he managed to cut his hands and feet free of the rope. All right. He cut Mashiro and Salou free too. Whew, finally free. Thank you, Natsuhiko. You missed nothing. We just started. The girls also appeared to be uninjured after all. Apparently, the terrorists' goal here was only to entrap the kids and nothing more. But still, I do not understand the terrorists' intentions. There shouldn't have been any point in leaving us alive. No, their target is Labo after all. They were probably afraid they'd draw too much attention if they killed us. How can you tell? I heard it from them directly. From their mental voices, that is. You heard their mental voices? With empathy? Yeah, probably. Even though he thought it was empathy, something still felt off about it to Natsuhiko. The ability Natsuhiko activated right before he fainted seemed a little different from empathy. Not only did he hear a voice, but he also saw a vision. Was that still empathy? But then he recalled the words he had once heard Enna say. The possibilities of BC are endless. Who knows? One day you may find a third ability beyond that of telepathy or empathy. A third ability? That was a possibility. Natsuhiko's BC ability was rapidly growing these last few days. Though he had yet to master either telepathy or empathy, he had become able to use both abilities within just a few days. Could it really be? But there was no time to stop and consider the possibility. Right now, the information he gained from that ability was far more important than the ability itself. Anyway, according to their mental voices, it looks like it's true that they're targeting Labo. And to make matters worse, D-Day is today. Today? Then we gotta stop them. But how? Even if we report it to the authorities, we likely won't get any different results than yesterday. That's for sure. Even if they explained everything to the security department and the police, it seemed highly unlikely that they'd make it in time. Natsuhiko silently pondered. Should we go directly to Labo and tip them off there? But that would be dangerous. There was a high probability that Q had a sleeper agent there. They could very well wind up caught in the terrorist attack themselves. That would almost certainly get them killed. In that case, Shouldn't we run for it as soon as possible? He could bring Mashiro and Salu straight home so they could take Yuri out of the city. That seemed to be the most proper course of action to him. It would be a different story if it were just him, but there was no way he could expose the girls to danger. That's not how Yuri's brain ghost wants you to live your life. However, but then I'd be abandoning all the people in town. Is it okay to ignore all the people we don't know? He always had. That was what Natsuhiko's life had taught him. He didn't care about the fires, the accidents, or the violent events he saw on the news on TV. They had nothing to do with him at all. They weren't important. Pretty much the only people important to him were himself, Yuri, and perhaps Mashiro and Salu too. Oh, Mashiro's important to you, come on! Also, one sec, guys. That's what he had always thought. But in the back of his mind, he thought about all those people in town who had nothing to do with him at all. The classmates he had associated with at a distance. The childhood friends who had left him after learning he was a communicator. And Anna, who would not open her heart to them. Damn it, what does that all even matter? If the nuclear reactor melts down, everyone will die, won't they? Excuse me. This town will become uninhabitable, won't it? Which means that the obvious choice of action is to prioritize our own escape, isn't it? But right then, suddenly, the memories of various statements Natsuhiko had heard recently came echoing back into his mind. But Hikarin, you might regret not doing anything. And I'm going to protect this town my way, so you guys do whatever it is you can. Capiche? Overcome the past. I'm sure you can do it, Hikarin. And then Natsuhiko realized, even if they tried to escape now, that wouldn't necessarily mean they could. Even residents need to go through strict checks and procedures to come in and out of the city. Can I still take Yuri out of the city despite that? It seemed difficult. He could go to Labo, or he could try to escape. They were in danger regardless. How does he get Yuri's brain ghost from the house to Labo, I wonder? In that case, I should go to Labo. Natsuhiko surprised himself with the conclusion he came to. But his convictions only grew stronger. 9 years ago, Natsuhiko and Yuri went to Labo and got into an accident. The fear he felt that fateful day had yet to fade. Nice alliteration. He might face death once more. He might lose something precious. But that was no reason to stop. I have to go, don't I, Yuri? Or else I'll never be able to overcome the past. As soon as that thought crossed Natsuhiko's mind, Mashiro gasped. Natsuhiko, don't tell me. You're not planning on going to Labo right now, are you? Both Natsuhiko and Salu's eyes opened wide at those words. How did you... Did you use empathy? I can tell even without using it. We've been together for so long, after all. I see. There's no hiding it from Mashiro, huh? Natsuhiko answered her with a smile of resignation. Say, Mashiro, I finally understand how you felt 3 nights ago. Huh? Nobody in the whole town knows that a terrorist attack will happen at Labo today besides us. Excuse me. Hang on. This situation kind of makes you feel a sense of obligation, doesn't it? Oh, I know what I forgot to do at the start of the stream. Sorry to take a quick detour. Yesterday, I added a new tier to my Patreon, by the way. A $10 tier where you can pick a game for me to try for an hour once a month. And you can pick it, you can do it for 1 month, you can cancel, and open up another spot. There are 12 spots open. It's best used for cheap indie games and games with demos. I have a large backlog of unplayed games on Steam and Epic and PSN, but if $10, if I'm getting paid $10 to do something and I have to pay $15 to get the game, that doesn't really work out, does it? So you'd have to get me the game if I don't have it. But yeah, new tier on my Patreon, patreon.com/Loreweaver streams. Links also in the description of the YouTube video, and with the exclamation point Patreon commanded Twitch chat. Stream Elements just spat out the Patreon link, which reminded me. So yeah, go grab that before it goes away. Alright, back to it. This situation kind of makes you feel a sense of obligation, doesn't it? If I don't do something, the city's good as gone. This isn't some event happening on the other side of the TV. This has everything to do with us. So I really do have to go. He had thought that by avoiding danger, he could live in peace. But no matter how much he'd try to avoid the danger, his peace would crumble. And as Natsuhiko finally realized that, Salu softly spoke up. Even if you go to Labo, you might not be able to do anything. Even if you warn the security officials, there's a high possibility that they won't believe you. But if I don't go, I'm sure I'll regret it. I don't want to have any more regrets. Natsuhiko had built up countless regrets prior to today. Countless times he thought, if only we hadn't gone to Labo that day. But now it was the opposite. Ironic. He would regret it if he didn't go to Labo. Then we'll come too. No, there's no need for you two to come. I'll be fine by myself. Then what do we do? I've got a favor to ask. Go home right away and take Yuri as far away as possible. Make her come with you, even if she screams and cries. In case the worst happens. Natsuhiko looked the girls in the eye. But Mashiro glared back at him. Don't give me that. You expect me to go home now, after all we've been through, just because you tell me to? Huh? 9 years ago, you and Yuri got into an accident at Labo, didn't you? Do you have any idea how it felt for me? I regretted not stopping you so badly that I wanted to die. Not even you can be dense enough to not realize that, can you? Even now I want to stop you. If we're going to run away, then I want you to run away with us. But there's no stopping you, is there, Natsuhiko? You won't give up on going to Labo, no matter what, will you? It's the same as 9 years ago. So in that case, at least let me go with you. You say you don't want to have any more regrets? Well, neither do I. Mashiro's voice was trembling. Those were probably words that Mashiro had kept locked inside her heart for years. But Mashiro, that's still... Well, Natsuhiko still persisted on stopping Mashiro from joining him, so Lou sighed and spoke up. I agree with Mashiro. Nothing we say can stop you, Natsuhiko. Huh? You always say you're trying to avoid danger, but whenever it involves Mashiro or Yuri, you break that oath all too easily. No, that's... well... That contradictory demeanor of yours is unmanageable. I've become painfully aware of that these past few days. Since it's pointless to stop you, you leave me no choice. I'll go with you too. Natsuhiko gasped at those words. How are you surprised by that, Natsuhiko? Hey, what are you saying? Were you not listening? Yeah, it's going to be dangerous, you know. I have a 9-year score to settle, but why do you have to come with us too, Salu? No, it's actually only obvious that I go. If you two go to Labo alone, you'll have no way to deal with the terrorists you come across then. Am I wrong? Well, true, but the terrorists were able to KO you last night, weren't they? That's right. My regret is last night. If I had defeated them, we wouldn't be having this much of a problem now. So I'm going too. End of discussion. You cannot change my mind. Besides, above all else, my duty is to protect you, Natsuhiko. Salou spoke in one breath, in the same level-headed tone she used when they had first met. But between the lines, Mashiro and Natsuhiko could tell that she was worried about them. Ah, jeez. How can you two be so stubborn? Mashiro and Salou threw Natsuhiko's vitriol back at him. I don't want to hear it from you, Natsuhiko. The three of us just have the same idea in mind. Total agreement. Natsuhiko smiled wryly at their words. I guess there's no stopping you two either, huh? He was headed towards a terrorist target with two girls as his only allies. It was quite an absurd proposition, and an extremely dangerous one at that. And yet Natsuhiko was starting to feel that he was okay with it. Damn it, why? My fear from 9 years ago hasn't faded after all those years. So why is it only softening now that I know I've got these two by my side? Because going it alone is scary. He was beginning to understand how Mashiro felt more and more. How the simple notion that he was not alone was so encouraging. Natsuhiko grinned at the girls and spoke in a deliberately cheerful voice. Okay, you guys win. I concede. Natsuhiko, you mean... I can't waste any time arguing here, so I've got no choice but to take you two with me. Hey, what's with the attitude? You're weaker than me, you know. You got me there. Though he was laughing, Natsuhiko swore to himself that no matter what happened from here on out, he'd protect these two. He was physically weaker than Salou, the 12-year-old, and he was less skilled with BC than Mashiro. So protecting them was the only way he could repay them for the courage they provided him. So, wait. You just said a couple of ways that you can't protect them, and your conclusion is that you have to protect them. Okay then. Ready, guys? Roger. I'm ready to go when you are. Let's go to protect the city. The kids nodded at each other and dashed off. Excuse me. 4 a.m., 2 hours and 19 minutes till go time. They dashed out of the ruined factory and ran onto the main road. Eventually, they saw the inspection gate that led to Labo. But just as they had suspected, there was a traffic inspector there. They could see a different man at the inspection gate than the inspector they saw last night. That's right, of course it'd be guarded even through the night and at dawn. Should we talk to him? It would probably end up a repeat of last night. So let's break through. Break through? I'll provide a diversion. You two take that opportunity to slip through. Once you get through the inspection gate, run for a while and then wait for me. I promise I'll catch up. It's 10 kilometers, that's the 2 hours it'll take to get there. All right. After receiving confirmation from Natsuhiko, Salou headed straight for the front of the inspection gate. Okay, let's go, Mashiro. Yeah. Natsuhiko and Mashiro hid beside the inspection gate for now. Eventually, they heard the traffic inspector call for Salou to stop. Hey, you, hold it right there. Huh? Where do you think you're going so early in the morning? When the traffic inspector began his interrogation, Salou answered in a feeble voice. Daddy got drunk and went on a rampage at home, so I had to run away. Oof. What? What? The traffic inspector was caught off guard, but Natsuhiko was completely shocked. Apparently, Salou was doing improv to distract the traffic inspector. The traffic inspector completely fell for it as he listened intently to her story. You poor thing. I'm a stepchild, so Mommy won't help me either. Mashiro whispered in disbelief as to what she was hearing. I didn't know Salou could pull that off. Yeah, the story's so cliched it hurts, but it sure looks like it's working, huh? As they peeked at him from under cover, they could tell the traffic inspector was completely focused on Salou. He didn't seem to be aware of their presence at all. Now's our chance. Let's go, Natsuhiko. Yeah. Natsuhiko and Mashiro took that chance to jump out of cover. They slid into the traffic inspector's blind spot and slipped through the gate. Once they were through, they ran for it. They could hear Salou's conversation from behind, but their voices faded into the distance before long. Will Salou be okay? I thought this was a forested road. I didn't expect it to be an overpass highway. Will Salou be okay? Does this place really need a 4-lane highway? Oh, I guess it is 2-lane. There's just a wide sidewalk on the right. Will Salou be okay? Mashiro stopped and whispered after they had run for a while. I think so. Anyway, let's wait for now. Natsuhiko stopped and pondered. Yeah, how's she gonna get away? She told us to wait, but how exactly does Salou plan to catch up with us? Oh, maybe she's gonna talk him into making a call and slip off while he's distracted? After they waited and pondered that question for a while, suddenly, Salou popped up from underneath the overpass. Underneath? Sorry for the wait. What? Salou? How'd you do that? Huh? How did you catch up? After a simple back and forth with the traffic inspector, I went down to the lower road and climbed the pillar underneath the overpass. You can't reach around the pillar like that. Mashiro and Natsuhiko timidly responded to Salou's matter-of-fact explanation. Salou, are you a ninja? I trained in ninjutsu for about 3 years. You're 12! I'm still inexperienced, but I can at least use the ninja fire breath jutsu. You can? I cannot. That was a joke. Oh. Mashiro's shoulders plopped down. She was really hoping that she was a ninja. Why do you know the name of a ninjutsu skill? She made it up, or she watches Naruto. It was in a sci-fi novel I read. The novel itself was boring, though. Ever since I met you guys, I've been trying to find my own ways to fit in with other people. But the joke fell flat, so I have to try another tack. That joke and the acting back there were some of those ways. How were they? The joke was a little, should I say, highbrow? Sci-fi ninjas? Have you never seen Neo Kamigawa from Magic the Gathering? The joke was a little, should I say, highbrow? But the acting was top-notch. Even we were amazed. I see. Salou smiled at their answer. Natsuhiko and Mashiro returned the smile, and they were back to running. To the other end of the overpass. To Labo.
2 hours later.
5 a.m. That was a path that only people authorized by Labo could traverse. A direct 10-kilometer path without any forks or exits. Their footsteps echoed through the overwhelming silence. Eventually, Salou looked to the side of the street and whispered. Natsuhiko, another camera. On the other side of her gaze was a surveillance camera. Okay then, Salou, if you will. Understood. Wait just a bit. Salou softly stepped toward the surveillance camera post and connected Alice. They had already neutralized 7 cameras like this. We've already been walking for about an hour, huh? We're still about halfway, huh? Think we should hurry up a bit? No, let's slow down the pace. We'll get there even later if we use up all our stamina. Salu returned as Natsuhiko finished speaking. Natsuhiko, Mashiro, I'm done. Good. Salu, let's walk from here on. That would be wise. Judging by the state the inspection gate was in, I don't believe the terrorists have started heading to Labo yet. The kids walked off into the silence once more. A sense of loneliness overcame them, as if they had walked into a world all their own. Yeah, empty city roads in the wee hours of the morning are very liminal and weird. Hey, Natsuhiko. What? You said we were going to go directly to Labo and tell them about the existence of a sleeper agent, but who exactly do you intend to tell? Can't tell Mom, because it might be her. The security guards could secretly be criminals too, like what happened with the PRC, right? That indeed was a possibility. The sleeper agent might not be Yukita. There might also be more than one. Guess we've got no choice but to use empathy and look for someone we can trust. Once Natsuhiko said that, Salu quietly spoke up. No, I think we should go see Dr. Tenkawa. Why, Mom? She didn't listen to us yesterday, remember? There's a high possibility she won't take us seriously again. Also, she'll report us and immediately have security escort us out. I know. She's selfish. She doesn't listen to me. She never has. So why, Mom? I can't rely on her for... You should still believe in her, Natsuhiko. Salu interrupted. She spoke in a tone that wouldn't take no for an answer. Huh? The professor does worry about you, Natsuhiko. You just don't realize how much she does. Have you forgotten? The reason I was given the duty to protect you was because of the professor's orders to begin with. Now that she mentioned it, that was true. He should have known that for days, ever since Salu had come to the house, and yet... Judging by that point alone, the professor must deeply worry about your safety. Am I wrong? But why would Mom do something like that? I haven't heard the detailed circumstances myself. But this is what the professor told me right before I arrived at the Tenkawa residence. Not even the strongest fortification can guarantee perfect safety. This town has several holes. As a rank S aptitude communicator, Natsuhiko is at a higher risk of danger than other communicators. But I cannot stay with him at all times. Or ever, apparently. So I want you to protect Natsuhiko for me, Yui. Mom said that? It was hard to believe at first, but part of it sounded familiar. Then you mean that's what that voice meant? The mental voice he had heard from his mother yesterday. I knew it. He hates me. But until all the work is complete, it would be best if I avoided him. Natsuhiko was rendered speechless as Salu continued. The professor said this, too. Both Natsuhiko's mind and yours are lacking in some areas, but that's exactly why you can complete each other. I have high hopes for you, Yui. Hopes that you can give Natsuhiko what I cannot. Substitute Mom, Salu? She's 12! Hopes that Natsuhiko can give you what I cannot. I didn't quite understand what she meant when she said that, but now I feel like I understand. Ever since I met you and became friends with Mashiro, I've gained so many things. The professor did not lie, so I believe in her. Natsuhiko gazed at Salu. Her firm expression somewhat resembled his mother's. Mashiro quietly spoke up as well. Natsuhiko, what Salu's saying is true. Huh? You see, the professor's always thinking about you. Not enough to just spend time with our child, though. Besides, it was the professor who asked me to come by and make food for you, remember? You're right, she was. The professor thought that you needed a family to be with you in that empty house in her stead. Could have been her. Because if you and Yuri were left amongst yourselves, your emotional scars would only deepen. I'm sure that was her intention behind arranging for Salu to live in the Tenkawa residence as well. Natsuhiko was taken aback. He realized that the 3 residents in the Tenkawa household, Natsuhiko, Yuri, and finally Salu, all had one thing in common, and that was the lack of deep familial bonds. They knew not the warmth of a family. Is that what she meant by us completing each other? The moment he came to that realization, all doubts in his mind melted away. Why his mother had taken custody of Yuri, why she brought Salu to their home, why she had ordered Salu to protect him. It all tied back to that single intention his mother had. Why, Mom? Why haven't you ever said a word about this? As that question came to mind, Natsuhiko took a look at the watch wrapped around his wrist. It was a Salvia-branded watch. It was a gift his mom had given him in the distant past. The memory of when he had received that watch rose up in Natsuhiko's heart. How many years ago was it? That's right, it was when I was 5. Right after Dad died. His mother was not as much of a workaholic back then. Even after her beloved husband had died from illness, she showed no tears to her son, but a soft smile instead. And once things had calmed down after the funeral, Natsuhiko's mother gently spoke to her son, who had yet to stop crying. Natsuhiko, I'm giving you this watch. It'll absolutely substitute for the role your father had in your life. Huh? Watch? It was your father's watch. I gave this watch to him when we were young, and he wore it every day until his last. It was a memento of his father. Oh, it sucks that it gets broken then. The mother changed the strap and fastened it to her son's wrist. I also have a letter your father wrote for you. And with that, she handed Natsuhiko a letter. The letter was written in simple hiragana so that Natsuhiko could read it at his age. Dearest Natsuhiko, I'm sorry for leaving you behind and dying while you're still so young. I'm sure you're sad. I'm so sorry. But you mustn't cry forever. I'm sure your mom will be sad if you cry. Your mom might look strong, but there are many more delicate things about her than you would expect. So please support her. You're a strong boy. You've inherited my sense of justice. You have a heart that won't lose to pain or sadness. And I'm proud of you for that. No matter how painful it gets, don't you cry. Protect those weaker than you. The more you protect people, the tougher things will get. You'll get hurt a lot too, but I'll be up here in heaven, watching over you in return. So be strong. I love you, my son. Your father, Shun. The handwriting was terribly rough, perhaps because it was written when his father was in his sickbed. Seeing the disheveled letters made him want to cry again. But Natsuhiko desperately held in his tears. As he held tightly onto the letter with quivering hands, his mother gently embraced him. Your father is always with you. And I am too. I always will be. Yeah, I don't like messages that tell you it's wrong to cry either. That's something that messes up kids if they really take it to heart. Because, like, sometimes you gotta let that out, and bottling it up just damages you. And I am too. I always will be. Of course, you all know I feel that way because of the tears I've shed over several games that I've played on stream. And I am too. I always will be. There were tears in her eyes as she said that. Mom, why are you crying? Even if Dad's gone, I'm here for you. The love of her life just died, Natsuhiko. Okay, well, you're 5. So don't cry. The professor nodded and softly closed her eyes. The first tears he ever saw his mother cry quietly spilled down to the floor with a faint sound. He had never seen his mother cry again until yesterday. Shortly after his father's death, his mother began working day and night, as if to distract herself from the sadness. She came home less and less. His father told him to protect his mother, but Natsuhiko came to think that his mother was someone who could live on her own. Eventually, Natsuhiko put the letter away inside his desk and sealed the once precious memory away inside his head, seldom to be recalled again. But that's why I've always used this watch, isn't it? Natsuhiko always carried the symbol of the bond he had with his parents. Natsuhiko could feel the misgivings his heart held against his mother quietly begin to unravel. Okay, look, I get that she was hurting. But she basically abandoned her son. She, as a child, she abandoned her son. A couple of years after her husband died, most of a decade ago, half of Natsuhiko's life, she has not been present in. So I think it's perfectly appropriate for Natsuhiko to be mad and unhappy with her and have a bit of a grudge. But obviously, even if he did see her soon, it wasn't as if they could return to a normal parent-child relationship that quickly. But even so, let's go see Mom. Salu and Mashiro silently nodded at the notion. Nobody in town was on their side, not the city, nor the police, nor the school. But my mother, my own flesh and blood, that thought was their last hope. As long as she's on our side, there's nobody more reassuring than Mom. True, after all, she's top brass at Labo, and a world-class physicist, too. And the physics degree is absolutely going to be helpful when fighting terrorists. Yes, not even I can win against her. The 3 kids smiled at each other. That definite glimmer of hope was enough to raise their courage up a notch. But how do we meet up with the professor? They said they were strengthening security, so don't you think it would be hard to get inside the building? According to the rumors, Labo's security guards are ex-JSDF soldiers equipped with rubber bullet machine guns. I don't think rubber bullets come in machine gun form, because they're super large. They're like half the size, like a quarter the size of your fist, aren't they? They're huge. They're so large and damaging that you're supposed to skip them off the ground so they don't kill people. Like, you're supposed to shoot the ground and bounce the bullet up at your target. Now, do the cops do that? Absolutely not, half the time, but yeah. Rubber bullets can still kill you, yeah. That reminds me, Mr. Ukita said that Labo had permission to possess security measures beyond the law, didn't he? Excuse me. Then do we infiltrate from a back entrance? Such a large facility has a high probability of having several entrances. Natsuhiko pondered that question for a while. No, let's go in directly from the front. Huh? If the sleeper agent is a security guard, then sneaking in would actually be more risky. There's the danger they could bring us somewhere out of sight and finish us off there. But if we walk in fair and square through the front door, we'll attract a lot of eyes. It'll make it difficult for the enemy to interfere with us that way. But if the security guards aren't sleeper agents, then wouldn't it only be obvious that they'd apprehend us? No problem. If we get them to take us to Mom, then that'll still fulfill our goal. Why would they take you to your mother? True, but isn't that still too much of a gamble? Yeah, it's a gamble, but it's probably our safest bet, and the route most aligned with justice. What hero of justice sneaks in through the back door? A lame hero, that's what. Mashiro stared in blank amazement at Natsuhiko's broad grin. Natsuhiko, aren't you acting a bit differently from how you usually do? What, have you forgotten, Mashiro? Well, I guess I can't blame you, since it's been 9 whole years. But this is how I used to be, isn't it? Mashiro's face lit up like the sun at those words. That's it, Natsuhiko. Those were the words I've been waiting for. Okay, so no problems going through the front then, right guys? That certainly does seem like the most rational idea. Yeah. The three of them smiled at each other, and they gazed at the end of the long road. The summer triangle shone up high in the night sky as if to guide them, as if each of the 3 stars symbolized them. Yeah, this sort of thing happened before, didn't it? Natsuhiko abruptly recalled an event from his past. More flashbacks! When he was young, Natsuhiko wanted to be a hero of justice. And in an attempt to get even the slightest bit closer to that goal, he ran all around town with complete disregard for danger. But because of his actions, Yuri got hurt. That was when time stopped for me, wasn't it? He had always thought that it didn't matter to him. If his frail sense of justice hurt others, then he was better off not doing anything. But it's not like that now. I swear I'll protect everyone and everything this time. Natsuhiko walked with that conviction in his heart. Eventually, as the stars faded away to give rise to the light of day, they found their destination just a short distance away. Alright, I'll be back in a minute, guys. One sec. Alright, back. Bringing chat back. They found their destination, just a short distance away. "6 a.m. The time has come." The building was surrounded by a tall fence with a giant gate. The kids climbed over the fence and infiltrated the premises. "Looks like we're here." Before their eyes was a gigantic building. Labo, the 6th laboratory of atomic and biological organization. Huh. Have we ever seen this shot of Labo before? I don't think we did. Even in the bits of Route A that were set above ground, I don't think we ever saw this view of Labo before. That's pretty cool. Also, here's a question. Is it still called Labo, an acronym in English? Excuse me, in the original Japanese? I wouldn't put it past him, but I'm interested to know what the acronym and name of the place is in Japanese. Because Labo is supposed to evoke laboratory, of course. The characters say Labo in the Japanese voice acting. Fair enough. I guess it's Labo. Cool. The place where Natsuhiko and Yuri had suffered their permanent emotional scars. Oh man, how is Yuri going to show up? How is Yuri going to show up? Is she just going to appear? Because between now and the flash forward, she joins the group. Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Salu all register her presence. The place where Natsuhiko and Yuri had suffered their permanent emotional scars. It sure is quiet. Yeah, it is 6 a.m., Salu. It seems like the terrorist attack hasn't started yet. Yeah. Natsuhiko answered in a stiff voice. Damn it, I knew it would happen, but... Just looking at the building made him break out in goosebumps and a cold sweat. His fear from 9 years ago was alive and well. She shows up behind Natsuhiko, taps him on the shoulder and goes, Hey, how's it going? Sup? Put up with it. You can overcome this. The moment he thought that, a sharp voice rang out from a short distance away. Busted! What are you kids doing here? This is a restricted area. Somebody's getting fired. They saw 2 men who seemed to be security guards rushing up to them from Labo. They were slinging what appeared to be machine guns off their shoulders. For children? These are children. Don't go straight to force. Mashiro stepped back in fear to see them. But Natsuhiko stepped up as if to cover for Mashiro and Salu as he answered the security guards. Please, wait. I'm Natsuhiko Tenkawa, the son of senior researcher Miyoko Tenkawa. What? The younger security guard looked dubious as Natsuhiko showed them his student ID and continued. I came here to see my mother on urgent business. Can you call her for me? What kind of business? A life or death family crisis. Technically true! I haven't been able to contact my mother since yesterday, so I had no choice but to come here directly. Natsuhiko came up with a lie. That was actually a pretty good lie. And as he did so, he desperately tried to use empathy. But just then, telepathy from Mashiro came soaring into his head. Natsuhiko, I can't read their minds. They aren't opening up their hearts to us. Yeah, I can understand why. Yeah, like, no shit, Mashiro. Regardless if the security guards were sleeper agents or not, it was only expected that they wouldn't open their hearts to some high school kids who suddenly appeared in a restricted area. They stared at the kids. Eventually, the younger security guard whispered to the older one, "Should I call Dr. Tenkawa?" Suddenly, raindrops started falling from the sky. Before they knew it, the sky became covered in clouds and it started to rain. The security guards looked up at the sky in frustration. This helps! This gives the security guards impetus to go inside, and they'll say, "Kids, come with us." Rain, huh? Well, fine. We'll bring you to the entrance. Wait for Dr. Tenkawa there. Okay. The kids secretly clenched their fists in glee at those words. "So when does Anna show up?" The kids were taken to the entrance. The older security guard spoke up. "Anna's not a sleeper agent, is she?" "I'll call the professor. Wait here for a little bit." He disappeared behind an iron door further down the entrance. The younger security guard stayed behind with the kids. "You can't take us to her?" "People from the outside can only come into this entrance area. There are security gates set up around the facility that prevent you from entering unless you have a corresponding card." The man glanced at the iron door. I guess that's information presented to you now in case you haven't played Route A. Besides the door was what appeared to be a card swiping slot. "Where is Dr. Tenkawa?" "Somewhere in the basement floors, I suppose. But security is even tougher on the bottom floors than the ground floors, so it's strictly off limits to ordinary people. Depending on the situation, you could even be shot and apprehended without warning. So, if you understand what's best for you, you'd wait here." If security was that severe, then terrorists probably wouldn't be able to get in. But we can't let our guards down. We don't know how the enemy plans to invade, after all. As Natsuhiko considered that possibility, he received telepathy from Mashiro. "We can't afford to waste time, right? Should we take this opportunity to send telepathy to the professor? Do you know her brain wave length?" Natsuhiko was taken aback, but he nodded at Mashiro. "Roger. In that case, I'll try sending it." "Yeah, I'll try too." Natsuhiko concentrated his mind. He imagined his mother's characteristic brain waveform in his head. She had told him herself once before. She was a Type 4, just like Salu. Surprise, everyone who works here was a Type 4. "There's something I need to tell Mom. I've never needed this ability any more than I do now. So of course I'll be able to use telepathy." The moment he made that conviction, Natsuhiko's 5 senses suddenly faded. He could feel his message leave his head as it emitted from his brain. "Mom, can you hear me? It's me, Natsuhiko. We're in Labo's ground floor entrance. We came here for reasons related to what we told you about yesterday." She's like, "Oh, fine." "That is terrorism. There's a possibility that Q is targeting the facility." She's like, no shit, Natsuhiko. Q's objective is to destroy this town. That's why they're targeting this facility's nuclear reactor." And then she's like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's not a problem." To make matters worse, there's possibly a sleeper agent in this facility. It could be Mr. Ukita or someone else. No matter how strictly precautions are taken, no matter how high security is, if there is a sleeper agent present, then the terrorist plot could succeed. So please, Mom, take all personnel outside of the facility right away, and don't let anyone inside. I know I'm asking the impossible, but there's no other way." Once he had focused that far, his 5 senses returned. All right. Natsuhiko was confident he successfully invoked telepathy. Mashiro did it at the same time too, though, so Dr. Tenkawa couldn't make out what either of you were saying. And right after that, he received telepathy from Mashiro. Hey, Natsuhiko, I sent Dr. Tenkawa telepathy, but I can't sense that it got to her. Huh? How can you tell? The security guard looked at Natsuhiko suspiciously after he inadvertently spoke out loud. Tell what? No, it's nothing. As Natsuhiko panicked to smooth things over, Mashiro continued with telepathy. Once you get used to it, you can use empathy to confirm successful transmission. But something's odd. There's no response at all. What? Did something happen to Mom? She's not here. Natsuhiko was hit by an unpleasant premonition as he looked towards the entrance. And then, suddenly, memories from 9 years ago came back in his mind. What is today, Monday? The day she's off? It was July 7th, 2021. Almost exactly 3 years ago. The memory of when he and Yuri had sneaked into this facility. At the time, security was lax. They had stowed away on a transport truck and hid behind a security guard to get into the entrance. All staff seemed to be underground, as there was no human presence in the entrance. So this is Labo, huh? If I had remembered, I would have picked the 7th. That's a shame. Natsuhiko looked around, and beside him, Yuri whispered, Hey, Hikarin, we need to be more sneaky. What are you talking about, Yuri? You agreed to do this, didn't you? We said we'd save Mom since she's always being swamped with work. Oh, no. He thinks she's a prisoner. Just like Pooh's crew does in the first Winnie the Pooh movie. When they track Christopher Robin to Skull. Yeah, I know, but that was the reason Natsuhiko and Yuri had sneaked into Labo. Is snuck technically a word? It's certainly how people actually say it. At the time, Dr. Tenkawa was already a core member of the Labo research team and would always work late into the night. In Natsuhiko's eyes, she looked like she was being forced to work. This is a mission of justice to save Mom. So we need to carry ourselves with dignity. But they'll get mad at us if we get caught. You're such a scaredy cat. Come on, let's go. You can hold my hand. Natsuhiko gripped Yuri's hand tight and walked farther inside. Mom told me that she works in the basement in Area 5. She said it's a place only top professors can go. So first we need to find a staircase that goes to the basement, huh? It's gotta be behind that door. Let's go, Yuri. And back then, their path was blockaded by an iron door as well. Huh? It won't open. How do you think we open it? How would they open it? Why were they able to the basement back then? As soon as Natsuhiko pondered that detail. Yeah, how? How? Ugh. An intense shock suddenly ran through his head, interrupting his thoughts. He heard the security guard's dubious voice coming from far away. Natsuhiko leaned against a wall, unable to stand the intense pain. Natsuhiko? What's wrong? Do you feel bad? My head. He felt as if something were clamping down on his head. Yuri walked through the door. It happened when he tried to remember what happened 9 years ago. Why? Why does my head hurt so much? No, I don't care. I need to remember. Something's off here, isn't it? Even if the security system has changed from how it was in the past, the structure of this facility itself wouldn't change too, would it? Why were we able to go to the basement? Back then, neither Natsuhiko nor Yuri had a security card. And yet, when they messed around with the card slot in an attempt to open the door... That's right. If I'm not mistaken, back then there was an alarm. As he tried to remember, another headache struck. Natsuhiko staggered, unable to bear it. In that moment, he heard a tremendous roar beneath his feet. What? 619. We're here. Natsuhiko fell to the ground as if a rug had been pulled from under him. He heard something shatter by his wrist, but the roaring sounds kept coming. Mashiro screamed from beside him. They could feel tremors coming through from the floor. What was that sound? The security guard muttered in shock. The kids were well aware of what it was. Explosions? Several of them? Natsuhiko, could this be? Natsuhiko gritted his teeth at those words. Yeah, it is. He endured the pain to stand up and wring words out of his lungs. We didn't make it in time. His words were drowned out by the shrill shriek of an alarm. Yeah, Anna's sus levels have risen considerably. Intense tremors detected in B1 Area 1. Intense tremors detected in B2 Area 3. A fire has broken out in B1 Area 2. Intense tremors detected in B2 Area 2. The automatic disaster prevention system rang out a flurry of warning broadcasts. A mechanical robotic voice, an unending stream of fragmentary information. But regardless, everyone could tell that an unprecedented crisis was upon this facility. It's the same as 9 years ago. This same alarm, these same warnings rang out back then too. The moment Natsuhiko made that realization, another memory came back. A fire has broken out in B1 Area 2. A fire has broken out in B2 Area 3. A fire has broken out in B1 Area 5. Natsuhiko and Yuri heard those warnings as they stood in front of the iron door. And in the case of an emergency like this, all the doors unlocked, so they went downstairs to try to rescue Natsuhiko's mom, got trapped down there, and Yuri died. What? What happened? A fire! Oh no, there's a fire down below. A fire down below? As Natsuhiko yelled, the automatic announcement continued. Security has shifted to evacuation mode. All gates, barring those leading to Area N, have been opened. All personnel, please calmly evacuate to the surface levels. So that's it. Back then, it was just a fire alarm, but the situation was similar. Once Natsuhiko made the connection, he heard the same announcement as he did 9 years ago. Security has shifted to evacuation mode. All gates, barring those leading to Area N, have been opened. All personnel, please calmly evacuate to the surface levels. And at the same time, the iron door opened up further down the entrance. And in the same way, the iron door opened up 9 years ago. A fire down below, but Mom's down there. What do we do, Hikarin? I gotta go save her. Wait right here, Yuri. Natsuhiko yelled that command as he rushed through to the other side of the door. I gotta go, or else things will take a turn for the worse. Natsuhiko tried to run off, but the security guard grabbed his arm. Hold on a second, kid. What do you mean for the worse? Officer, this isn't the time for you to mind us. What? This is a terrorist attack. Call the police and the fire department immediately. Terrorist attack? No way. Natsuhiko shook off the confused security guard's arm and dashed off. The terrorists had the sleeper agent cause a commotion in the facility so that the gates would open. At this rate, it's just a repeat of what happened 9 years ago. No, something far worse. Wait, Natsuhiko, where are you going? To the basement. The basement? But the explosions. You two stay here. No matter what happens, don't you dare move from this spot. Saying just that much, Natsuhiko plunged toward the iron door. He searched for a nearby staircase and ran down. As he descended the staircase, he heard the screams of Labo staff members off in the distance. What happened? I don't know. Were those explosions? Explosions? In this facility? There's nothing explosive here. The basement floors were already engulfed in dreadful chaos. Nobody seemed to know what was going on. Where are the terrorists? Where did they set the bombs? As he looked around with that in mind, he noticed Mashiro and Salu right behind him. What are you doing? Why did you come down here? We should ask you the same thing. Where do you think you're going all by yourself? He's not by himself. Yuri's with him. It's dangerous to go alone, so take Yuri. I know, but... As soon as Natsuhiko began to speak, another memory of the past came to him. It was the same back then. Yuri had followed him, even though he had told her to wait for him. Yuri, you can't come. There's a fire, you know. I want to save the professor too, okay? I don't want to sit by and wait while you and the professor are in danger, okay? Brave kid. Shame it gets her killed. Yuri sounded somehow different from usual. That was the first time he had heard such a powerful voice from her. So the Natsuhiko of 9 years ago. It would be funny if I'm wrong about Yuri dying here. And what actually happened was she was always a brain ghost from the moment Natsuhiko met her. So the Natsuhiko of 9 years ago. Okay. Ended up answering that way. Then let's go together. Let's both save Mom. Yeah. Why is everything repeating itself? It didn't seem like a mere coincidence, but something tinged with fate. Plot twist. Natsuhiko died, and Yuri was projecting him all along. He was the brain ghost. There's a theory. There's a theory and a half. Oh, man. That would be so silly. I love it. It didn't seem like a mere coincidence, but something tinged with fate. What happened after we went down 9 years ago? When he tried to remember, he was struck by another intense headache, because he's trying to induce flashbacks within the flashback. Ow! Natsuhiko, do you have a headache again? Ugh. Are you okay, Natsuhiko? Hang in there. The headache made him nauseous. Each time he tried to invoke his memory, he was struck by this pain. Damn it. Isn't my desire not to remember really that bad? It should be obvious to me what happened after that, shouldn't it? He got caught in the fire with Yuri and almost died. But there's no way I can yield to that fear. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he heard another explosion from nearby. Natsuhiko promptly covered Mashiro and Salu. 1 second later, a blazing wind shot by. Ah! And the kids were blown away. Heightened readings confirmed in Area N. Emergency shutdown system has been initiated. All personnel, including those in the Area N control room, please evacuate to the surface levels immediately. Are you two okay? They slowly got up after having fallen on top of each other. Yeah. I'm okay. The two groaned, but they appeared to be uninjured. Thank goodness. Though relieved, Natsuhiko searched for the origin of the explosion. The explosion sounded like it came from the direction of the staircase they just descended. No way! Natsuhiko gasped and dashed for the staircase. But... damn it! What was waiting for them was the collapsed ruins of a staircase. Oh, this is a new track. This is a track that belongs in like an active anime scene or video game scene. No, I don't think we've heard this one before. They destroyed the staircase. But there wasn't anyone here, so how? Time bombs. Damn it, this is all they're doing. It was the very same trick they used at the PRC. The sleeper agent carried in a time bomb and set it in the facility. And probably not just one bomb, but several. They've destroyed the exit. We're trapped in the basement. How could the situation have gotten this bad? What do we do, Natsuhiko? Natsuhiko gritted his teeth and looked at his watch. He wanted to know just how much time they had left. But his watch had broken before he realized it. It played once at the end of A's real ending when Natsuhiko got up, and it has been a while. Fair enough. Apparently, it had slammed onto the floor when the first explosion knocked him over. The watch's date had stopped at 9:16, its hands at 6:19. A time he'd likely never forget for the rest of his life. If only we had gotten here just a little bit sooner. But even if they were late, there was still meaning in their arrival. So what the hell was Enna doing here? Natsuhiko tried to walk off unsteadily, but Mashiro grabbed his hand. Well, maybe... No, wait. Enna came here to warn people, but... Did she come to talk to Dr. Tenkawa specifically? Hold it, Natsuhiko. Where do you think you're going in a crisis like this? I'm gonna find those bastards. Wait, Natsuhiko, you don't mean... I'm gonna put an end to their plan. I can still do something. No, you can't. Natsuhiko, calm down. Why? You agreed that we should come here, didn't you, Mashiro? The situation's completely changed. It's too late now. It's never too late. I'm sure I can still make it. Yeah, Yuri is very suspiciously absent. Besides, even if we do run, it's not going to change anything. So in that case... Okay, so here's the Yuri timeline. Yuri's going to be with them in a few minutes. Because the rescue workers, the quote-unquote rescue workers, interact with him and he calls her out. And then Yuri gets separated. And then Yuri gets separated from Natsuhiko's group somehow. Maybe. It's possible that her brain ghost got transferred to Watase. It's possible that Natsuhiko is projecting her elsewhere. It's possible that there's a Yuri brain ghost traveling with Natsuhiko and the others at the same time as there's a Yuri brain ghost traveling with Watase and the others. But Yuri hasn't shown up yet, and they're already trapped down here. Well, they're not trapped down here yet. The doors are still open, but they're not going to make it out. Besides, even if we do run, it's not going to change anything. So in that case, the moment those words left his lips, a sharp pain ran through his cheek. Mashiro had slapped him. Do you want to suffer another loss that badly? Those words gouged out Natsuhiko's heart. And then another roar rang out. Oh, excuse me. Another explosion. Where? Please, Natsuhiko, let's get out of here already. Mashiro's pleading voice caused Natsuhiko's heart to waver. The current situation was progressing as if it were following the incident 9 years ago to a T. Natsuhiko didn't want to repeat the same mistakes he made that time. He didn't want any of the people precious to him to suffer again. Holding those convictions in his heart, he forced himself to speak. Okay, let's look for a way out of here first. Mashiro and Salu's faces relaxed in relief at those words. I'll lead the way. Salu, you take the rear. Let's work under the assumption that we will come across the terrorists. Roger. Okay. The three of them ran off with tense looks in their faces. As they ran, Natsuhiko glanced at his broken watch, at the only present he ever received from his mother. There's something I need to do before I escape. His mother was likely still inside the facility. Nope, she's already gone. We were too late to stop the terrorist attack, but at the very least I want to ensure an escape route for Mashiro, Salu, and his mother. That was Natsuhiko's earnest wish. Let's look for another staircase. There has to be a safe one somewhere. Do you know the layout of the facility? No, I obviously can't remember all the details. Then we should look into it first. It's dangerous to run blindly without an escape plan. And with that, Salu dashed into a nearby room. Only to find Yuri! It was a laboratory devoid of any people. Salu looked for a computer that was left on and connected Alice to it. Salu, what are you doing?
She's in.
I'm looking up a map of the facility, though I'm not sure if there is one. Alice, start command. Search all networked files. Search with high priority on terms synonymous with map and chart, and with lower priority on facility, labo, and lab. Check for password-protected files and folders and access them. Download all relevant files. End command. Alice's back opened, exposing her screen. The screen displayed a list of all the files she had downloaded. Salu skimmed through them with her fingertip. Please be there. Right after Mashiro prayed for her to find the map, Salu's eyes widened. This is it? Probably. The kids peeked at the screen to see a hexagonal map. Yeah, that's it, no doubt. Just like the ground levels, the basement floors were also hexagonal, apparently divided into 6 areas. Salu pointed at the top of the map. Judging by the placement of the entrance, we're currently here in Area 1's outer ring, B1. The package for the limited print physical copy of Root Double vs. Switch came in midstream. Nice! Is that used, or did they just print that? Did they just make that and send it out? I think that last broken staircase we saw was the outer ring emergency staircase. It's used but never been opened, still in the plastic. Nice. How much did that cost? Well, I don't know if you want to tell me that. Looks like there's an inner ring emergency staircase nearby too, huh? Just as Mashiro had said, each area apparently had an emergency staircase and an elevator. Okay, so let's head there first. The kids nodded at each other and ran out of the room. They crossed through the connecting passageway and headed to the inner ring. En route to the passageway, there was what appeared to be one of those security gates that the security guard had mentioned, but it was left wide open. A third of the price was shipping from the US to Canada. Damn. That can't be that much then. But once they reached the inner ring, fire! It was engulfed in fire. Fire? How'd a fire break out here so fast? Was it because of the explosions? I mean, probably. No, it'd be way too fast for that to have been the cause. They might have brought incendiary bombs as well and set one here. Don't tell me it was set here to prevent the people from escaping the facility. It's too dangerous here. Let's look for another path. Natsuko grabbed the girl's hands and retreated to the passageway. Their escape routes were quickly crumbling down one by one. Mashiro, Salu, there was an elevator on the map too. Go see if it's still usable. What about you, Natsuko? I'll go check if the path to Area 2 is safe. Roger, be careful. Oh, does he go off by himself and find Yuri? Natsuko split from the girls for the time being. First, we need to ensure an escape route. If there's a safe emergency staircase, I can get them out through here. With that thought in mind, Natsuko walked into the connecting passageway to Area 2. But then he doubted his eyes. Yuri time! Huh? Yup, there she is! There she stood. The girl who was supposed to be waiting for them at home. Yuri. Yuri? I've been waiting for this. Natsuko's voice cracked as it escaped from his mouth. She could have left home at any time. And in fact did every day that he left home. He couldn't believe what his eyes were telling him. I thought she wasn't able to take a single step out of the house. Natsuko gazed at her in shock and... Hikarin, why did you come here? She muttered sadly. What about you, Yuri? Why are you here? She asked first. You left home? Right after Natsuko asked that question, for some reason... Her phobia was a prank. Ha! His memories of the last few days came rushing back into his mind. And then the player had to play through them again! A never-ending loop! Visions of the events of September 10th up until today spun rapidly through his mind like the illustrations on a revolving lantern. And then disappeared. What? Natsuhiko had no idea what happened. Yuri gazed at him in his confusion. So that's what happened. Her expression was somehow sad, yet she smiled as if a weight had been taken off her shoulders. What does that even mean? There was something clearly strange about that exchange. It was almost as if Yuri had read Natsuhiko's mind. The same sort of thing happened a few days before, too. Don't tell me Yuri's actually... But before he could finish that thought, a flash flickered beside them. Yuri! Natsuhiko swiftly lunged at Yuri, and not a second later a shockwave struck them. Ah! Natsuhiko and Yuri were blown away. In the split second before they hit the ground, a vision of that fateful morning rose up from the back of his mind. We are, okay. That morning 6 days ago, September 10th, 2030, flashbacks, in the flashbacks, to the flashbacks, and starting the whole cycle over again. That morning 6 days ago, September 10th, 2030. His memory of that day, back when everything was still peaceful. Oh my god, are we actually going back? Dreadful incidents don't just happen on the other side of the TV screen. Natsuhiko, was that BC? Hopefully, I'm just being a little paranoid. No, I probably am. Peace and quiet really is the best. There's no point in putting yourself in danger. Those memories led to the end of September 10th. Yuri looked at Natsuhiko and spoke. I think a lot of things will start happening to you from now on, Hikarin. Fun things, painful things, and things you cannot overcome without courage. But they're all things you surely mustn't avoid. As he recalled those memories, Natsuhiko passed out. End of Route B. And thus began that curious cyclic recursion of reminiscence and reality. After a vivid recollection of the events of September 10th, Natsuhiko woke up. Natsuhiko told Mashiro and Salu how he had met up with Yuri. Now that it's come to it, let's take Yuri with us so all four of us can escape together. Yeah. Salu, did the Area 1 elevator look functional? Unfortunately not. Looks like the elevators are out of service. Fun fact, elevators don't actually shut down when a building's on fire and stuff. They are, people are instead directed to not use them so that people who really need them, people in wheelchairs, people who have trouble climbing a million flights of stairs, all that jazz, can use them. If it's an emergency and you can't get down in a fire, use the elevator. Unfortunately not. Looks like the elevators are out of service. Notably, no one is questioning how the heck Yuri got over here. Yeah, so Mashiro and Salu confirmed for being able to see Yuri. Our only escape route is to find a safe emergency staircase. Let's go then. Area 2's up ahead. Natsuhiko ran off with the girls. But their path was blocked by a security gate. In front of the closed gate, Natsuhiko recalled the events of the 11th. What do you mean, come again? You told me to show you my hand, remember? Is Natsuhiko projecting Yuri into everyone's brains? That's my theory, yes. My theory is that Yuri is a projection of Natsuhiko into the brains of everyone around him, but the radiation suit blocks that, which is why the quote-unquote rescue workers couldn't see her. What do you mean, come again? You told me to show you my hand, remember? Do you agree BC is dangerous if handled improperly? What are you talking about? I'm just copying what you did back in the day. Assaulted by flashbacks perpetually, yeah. I was sent here to protect you after all. Hopefully the third route is not a million flashbacks. I want to progress through the story, damn it. I was sent here to protect you after all. At the end of that reminiscence, Natsuhiko returns to reality once more. They pried the gate open and dashed into Area 2, where they came across men in protection suits. For a second, they had thought that the rescue squad had come to save them. But Salu flung the men to the ground. Salu, why? Natsuhiko, Mashiro, you guys are too soft. You let your guards down too quick. Huh? Why are you so quick to trust people? For a moment, Natsuhiko had no idea what was happening, but then he recalled what happened on the 12th. We're at the end of Route B. Finally. That same dream again. What we see isn't everything, and everything we see isn't necessarily real. If it's all true, that means the world I see and the world you see could actually be completely different, doesn't it? Yeah. It is so weird to think about that everyone could be seeing a different... Everyone could be processing red differently, for example. Like, I could look at an apple and see one shade of red, and somebody else could look at the same apple and their brain would process the same apple as a different shade of color. And that is so weird to think about. It looked to me like everyone had fun today. Did you have fun, Natsuhiko? Once he saw those memories, Natsuhiko understood Salu's intention. Those were memories of the day they made friends with Salu, and she wouldn't knock out rescue squad members without a good reason. In other words, the men inside those protection suits were the terrorists they were looking for. You'd have been better off not noticing that. The terrorist slowly rose to his feet as he spoke. As the others in the group stiffened up, Salu yelled, Natsuhiko, Mashiro, run! I'll get rid of him. The other one's fainted, so I can manage one-on-one combat. She did not address Yuri there. You guys go find an exit. If you find one, contact me through telepathy. Natsuhiko hesitated, but what Salu said was right. Salu, it's a promise. We will get out of here, together. We'll find an exit and wait for you, okay? Natsuhiko turned and fled with Yuri and Mashiro. They slipped through the passageway. and headed to the emergency staircase in Area 3's inner ring. But even the once safe staircase was now blown up and rendered unusable. If they couldn't find an exit, should they rejoin with Salou and help her fight the terrorists? Once that thought crossed Natsuhiko's mind, Yuri raised her voice. No, Hikari, remember what it is you need to do. What is your duty? There's something you need to do first, remember? I thought I told you back on that day too. The moment she told him that, he recalled the events of the 13th. Oh, we've been at this for so long. You're late, Natsuhiko. I've already finished preparing breakfast too. Hang on, I'm going to save. We've been en route B for 15 hours. 15 hours of flashbacks. Oh boy. You're late, Natsuhiko. I've already finished preparing breakfast too. All of your thoughts, intentions, feelings, and memories are more than just conceptual existences. There has apparently been an increase in those that harbor anti-communicator sentiments in town lately. So we're the only ones who've noticed this, aren't we? There's nothing we can do to thwart him, is there? I can't count on you for anything anymore, Natsuhiko. Goodbye. Excuse me. That reminiscence taught Natsuhiko what it was that he should do right now. Man, if we get to the flashback to today, and it flashes back to today, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Natsuhiko didn't believe Mashiro when she first talked about the terrorist plot. The current situation was the result of his disbelief. Then what I need to do first is to get Mashiro and the others out of here. Is there any way at all to climb this thing? If I can at least get Mashiro and the others out, then... But at that moment, a small figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Salou! I'm sorry, it was an embarrassing defeat. Salou was shot and wounded by the terrorists. There were at least 3 of them. They had incredible physiques and apparently even a gun. All we can do is run. Dr. Tenkawa already managed to escape. As Salou reassured him, Natsuhiko called out to her. Okay, Salou, then come down here. Let's escape together. No, I can't climb down with this arm. I think it'd be difficult for you guys to climb up too. So let's split up and escape separately. No, will you be okay by yourself, Salou? She'll be more okay than you will. She can fight, you can't. I will, but there's no time to speak my reasoning. So let's use BC. Once she'd said that, Natsuhiko used empathy right away. And soon enough, Salou's mental voice echoed in Natsuhiko's head. Her clear, high-speed thought process allowed her to convey everything to them in a matter of mere moments. It seems they have abandoned all efforts to maintain appearances. I believe that the next time we come across them, they'll shoot us on sight. Our chances of escape in these circumstances are unclear, but I'll ensure our escape despite the odds. Because I still want to live with you all. This might be irrational of me, but when I think about living with you all, a strong will surges inside me. It even lets me forget about the pain in my arm. I finally found life interesting for once. I don't want it to end like this. I truly enjoyed these past 6 days. Salou High! Natsuhiko, thank you for praising my cooking. It was the first time I had ever cooked. Mashiro, thank you for giving me this nickname. I really liked it. Yuri, It's a little late now, but I wanted to know more about you. Ah, she does address Yuri, okay. These are my true feelings, what I've always wanted to tell you all. Natsuhiko felt Salou conveying her emotions alongside her thoughts, her feelings beyond words. One final relationship value adjustment before the end of the route. And, as if in response, Natsuhiko's mind recalled the days he had spent with Salou. How her facial expression looked robotic when they first met. Oh my god, it's so many flashbacks. Stop with the flashbacks! Get back to the story! How lonely she looked as she sat by herself in the classroom the day she transferred in. How she suddenly appeared in his house. How they had gone shopping for clothes for her. And how hearing about Alice changed his perspective on her. How when they went searching for Mashiro, they got into a small disagreement and he learned about her condition. I just did this. I've played through the whole game and now you're summarizing the game like it's an 8th grade essay. Oh my god. Stop! They got into a small disagreement and he learned about her condition. How she had thrown down the PRC security guard. How they had cooked and eaten together. How he heard about her past at the karaoke box. And how they ran around town searching for terrorists together. Those were no longer any ordinary memories. They were the new cherished memories he shared with her. Salou's feelings echoed in his mind. Thank you, Natsuhiko. I once had nothing, but now I have precious memories. Even if my past was dark and ashen, these past 6 days bestowed them with life and color. I want to make even more cherished memories with you. So I absolutely cannot die. If I had one... Past! 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 No! Not more flashbacks! No! If I had one wish, it would be to have another meal at that house. And by then, I'm sure I could make food that's even more delicious. So, she got that far with her thoughts before stopping with a faint smile. Salou! Something warm filled Natsuhiko's chest. Double flashback hell is forever. Yuri and Mashiro murmured in trembling voices. Salou. Me too, Salou. Mashiro and perhaps Yuri seemed to have read Salou's mind. How long did Route A take me? Like 30, 35 hours? Those Salou flashbacks are supposed to be her final character flag scene, but it's a bit odd to do that when the main story flashback's already happening. Yeah. How long did Route A take me? Hang on, let's find out. Uh 1720. Huh. Did I really not save? Between chapters 5 and 7? Or did I not do a new save file? It was a similar amount of stream time. Huh, I guess so. She was really that thankful for such a small gesture? Salou's feelings were so innocent that he didn't want to part with her. But nevertheless, Natsuhiko forced himself to smile as he called out to her. Okay, leave these two to me. Promise me one more thing, that we'll all live long enough to meet again on the outside. Promise. And with that, Salou disappeared. Let's go, you two. We need to keep our promise to Salu. Mashiro and Yuri nodded meekly. And then they ran once again. The broadcast had said that the staircases in areas 5 and 6 were safe. But once they left Area 3 and approached Area 4's outer ring, they found it was wreathed in flames. They somehow managed to pass through and reach the next connecting passageway, but there was yet another fire blocking their way. The terrorists were chasing from behind. There was no escape. As they fell into despair, visions of the 14th suddenly flickered before Natsuhiko's eyes. We've just received a report that a dangerous object was set inside school grounds. You guys believe me, right? Well, I've heard that unrest has been spreading through the whole town lately. There they are, after them. Okay, if all three of us give it our best, then there's nothing to be scared of. Those were the memories of the day Natsuhiko's daily life collapsed. That was the day there was a bomb threat at school. They heard about Q. They trespassed into the PRC. They got chased by the security department. And finally, that was the day he swore to protect the town with Mashiro and Salu. He swore to protect it, even if it meant having to be away from Yuri. But in the end, Yuri still got dragged into the affair, and was now standing in front of Natsuhiko. I don't think she is Natsuhiko. I don't think Yuri's standing anywhere. That day inspired Natsuhiko, both through the regret he had for getting the girls involved and through the courage those girls had given him. Hey, Hikari, think hard about the path you should take. Those words fanned the fire burning in Natsuhiko's heart. That's right, I need to be stronger, or else I have no hope of overcoming the past. Natsuhiko grabbed Mashiro by the hand. Don't give up. Let's go, Mashiro. Huh? Where? Let's take a different path. This isn't the only way to Area 5. There are in fact 3 others. Inspired by the memory of that long day, Natsuhiko took Yuri and Mashiro and ran. They slipped once again through the roaring flames enveloping Area 4 and took an alternate route to Area 5. But as soon as they set foot there, a warning rang out. A Case N has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode. So when did they get a security card? Locking down all gates and bulkheads. All facility personnel, please administer AD, take shelter in the nearest room, and stay in place. And with that automated broadcast, the security gates shut down. What's the meaning of this? We've been locked inside the building. There appeared to be no exits anywhere. In a daze, Natsuhiko's mind suddenly recalled his memories of the 15th. Ready, guys? I'm ready when you are. But until all the work is complete, it'd be best if I avoided him. Number 5. If a communicator uses BC without knowing the proper way, they will eventually turn into a mind-broken monster. It's a national fortress established by the state to protect communicators like you. The incidents aren't over yet? There's been such a spike in the sheer number of incidents alone that it just feels unnatural. I can't get these kids involved too. Self-righteousness just leads to self-destruction. Let's just put you kids to sleep for now. Alright, we're rapidly coming up on the moment of truth. Will it flash back to the start of this chapter? Those were memories of the day Natsuko found the truth and truly began to face his past. The day Enna told them about the true history of their country and the details of the organization known as Q. The day they caught the culprit behind the PRC bombing and learned that Labo was the next target. And finally, the day they finally confronted the terrorists but were defeated. The resentment, anger, and bitterness he felt that day rose once again in his heart. That's right, that was only a few hours ago, wasn't it? Oh yeah, the mind-broken monster thing is absolutely gun zombie foreshadowing. Did I never call that out? Weird. That's right, that was only a few hours ago, wasn't it? The regret I felt back then brought me here. As that thought crossed Natsuhiko's mind, Yuri softly whispered beside him. Hikari, you've remembered, haven't you? You've overcome several obstacles to get here. You've obtained the strength you need to overcome the past. No matter what happens from now on, your mind will endure. You should be able to overcome anything. Those words fortified Natsuhiko's mind even further. Mashiro, we can't give up yet. There has to be a way out. But we can't go anywhere because the gate won't open. No. We'll search for a security card. As long as we have the right card, we can go to Area 6. Right after the alarm went off, the whole facility went into mass panic. It wouldn't be strange if a staff member had forgotten their card somewhere. I swear I'll find a card and get these two girls out of here if it's the last thing I do. Natsuhiko held that conviction and began the search for a security card. And thus, as reminiscence and reality converged, Natsuhiko progressed bit by bit. And in the room he arrived in, Natsuhiko discovered a certain something. Huh? Why is there a picture of me here? He also found a file labeled with the year 2021. Without thinking, he took it down and started turning through it. The answer just might be in here. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he felt someone's presence. He looked up in shock to find Yuri standing by the room's entrance. Yuri! Did you send me into this room because you knew about this? Did I send you? No, Hikarin, you chose this room yourself. We came into this room 9 years ago too, didn't we? To escape the fire and the smoke. You couldn't find a card back then, but this time you can find one for sure. Look for it and escape with Mashiro. With Mashiro? What about you, Yuri? I can't go with you. Why not? Haven't you realized it already? Hikarin, try to remember what it was you saw and heard today. It's going to flash back to this chapter. Holy fuck. Try to remember what it was you saw and heard today. For the truth lies in those observations. The moment Yuri said that, Natsuhiko realized something. Huh? She already said that just now. Indeed, Natsuhiko had recalled everything that happened up to that very moment. He had recalled all his memories this morning, from waking up in the ruined factory to entering this very room. Are we going to flash forward to the end of Route A? "20 minutes of unnecessary flashbacks?" It's been like 40 minutes of unnecessary flashbacks. At the end of his long reminiscence, time had caught up with reality. Hey, at least we didn't flash back to today. And at the same time, an intense anxiety welled up from within him. What is this? It wasn't because he had kept recalling things. Well, that was indeed strange, and he didn't know why it was happening. There was something far stranger. In his memories of just a few hours ago, something felt bizarrely out of place. Earlier, when Yuri said the truth lies in those observations, it sent intense tremors in Natsuhiko's mind. Strange. Something strange. His headache got even worse. It gave him the feeling that he mustn't think any further about that matter. However, Natsuhiko's gaze fell onto the file in his hands. The file labeled 2021 that was in his mother's care. He flipped through the chronologically organized documents. And eventually, one page in particular caught Natsuhiko's eye. The paper was dated July 7th, 2021. The day Natsuhiko and Yuri got caught in an accident. The page contained clippings of newspaper articles. Are we about to find out that Yuri's dead? An article about her death? Oh yeah, I think what we read about that day, that incident in Route A, said there was a death, right? Fire at nuclear research facility, July 7th, 2021. Today, at 1 p.m., fire broke out at Rokume City's nuclear research facility, the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. 15 staff members and children were hospitalized for burns and carbon monoxide poisoning. In addition, there was one casualty. The name of the deceased was, Koki Sumida, a staff member at the facility. Sumida suffered full-body burns and died shortly after he was rescued and taken outside the facility. The disaster develops to the point where 2 other children were rendered unconscious and are in critical condition. The facility announced that their small nuclear reactor intended for research was in use, but the effects of the fire pose no danger of causing radiation leakage. The cause of the fire is unknown, but police officials are investigating the possibility of arson. Okay, so either they were covering up that Yuri died there, or she died in the hospital later. Natsuhiko's heart throbbed in pain as he finished reading the article. He had a terribly bad feeling about the next document, but he still flipped the page. Next was what appeared to be an internal Labo document concerning the incident. Labo Fire Incident, July 10th, 2021. All relevant parties are most likely already aware of the fire that occurred in this facility 3 days ago, July 7th, 2021. Although the worst possible outcome was averted at the last moment, there were inadequacies found in multiple security systems. This document contains a compilation of the problems hinted at by this incident. The cause of the fire lies in the deranged actions of Senior Fellow S. S had been appointed as an administrator of Area 0 on April 12th. As a result, he had quite a great number of opportunities to come into contact with the research results in Area 0. And about 3 months later, S committed his crime. He took the power generator gasoline stored in Area 0 and scattered it at 6 points throughout Labo. He used timed lighters to set them all on fire and intentionally caused the WX particle amplifier to go haywire at the same time. He also unlocked the gates to Area N and Area 0. We've heard about Area N through the whole game, but I don't recall an Area 0. He is believed to have committed the arson in order to escape with certain research results during the fire. Though this is nothing more than a guess, seeing as how S is now dead, the possibility of this is quite high. Furthermore, these research results shall be designated as N amongst all senior fellows to conceal the relevant details. Also, while this is not directly related to the incident, 2 children infiltrated the facility on the day of the incident at a most unfortunate time. It is simply unacceptable for children to have found and exploited a hole in our security. This is, quite frankly, the epitome of carelessness for our security systems. And 2 lives were lost as a result. Yup. We must all learn a lesson from this incident. Strengthening Area 0's security alone doesn't guarantee us any safety whatsoever. There is an urgent need to have the specifications of a case N reviewed and for the security systems to be enhanced. Otherwise, we may foresee yet another repeat of this tragedy. Security Chief Isao Kawada. The more he continued reading, the more Natsuhiko's heart pounded like an alarm bell. The document was littered with initialisms and cryptic terminology, but there was one thing he could understand clearly. The cause of the incident that Natsuhiko and Yuri had encountered was arson committed by a facility staff member. The incident 9 years ago and the incident today were no accidents. So is that why there have been so many coincidences? But there was a far more important detail in that document. 2 lives were lost as a result. Yeah, who was the other one? Who was the other one, Natsuhiko? Natsuhiko felt an absurd anxiety over those words. One of the ones who died 9 years ago was the arsonist, Senior Fellow S. Then who was the other life lost? It can't be. It can't be! Voices echoed inside his head, telling him, "Stop. Don't read any more." An unbearable pain ran through his head. But Natsuhiko shook it off and turned the page. Victim count rises for nuclear research facility fire, July 9th, 2021. Out of the 15 staff members and children hospitalized due to the fire in Rokume City's nuclear research facility, the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization, another casualty was confirmed. The deceased child was Yuri Kotono, 8 years old. At the time of the incident, Yuri was sent to a city hospital, unconscious and in critical condition. She was put under intensive care, but never regained consciousness. She passed away in the early hours of the morning. Yuri's cause of death was multiple organ failure due to carbon monoxide poisoning. According to both the facility and the hospital, her illness was not due to radiation exposure. Confirmation! Me when the child is confirmed to have died, pure excitement. The deceased child was Yuri Kotono. A moan squeezed out from the bottom of his throat. A single line from the article jumped out and bore its way forcefully into his eyes. The deceased child was Yuri Kotono. The deceased child was Yuri Kotono. The deceased child was Yuri Kotono. His mind went blank at those words. His body trembled. He couldn't think. He couldn't understand. But soon enough, in the depths of that white darkness, the memories of 9 years ago came rushing back to Natsuhiko. Another flashback! Yuri, are you okay? Yeah. No, she's not. Yuri answered with painful breaths. That day, Natsuhiko and Yuri had trespassed all the way to B1 Area 5. But once they got there, the path was a sea of fire. Flames danced about everywhere, shrouding the facility in smoke. They didn't seem to have very long before they'd be surrounded by fire. What do we do? At this rate, Yuri's gonna... They searched everywhere in Area 5, but they could not find Natsuhiko's mother. Perhaps she had already escaped without waiting for them. In that case, we have to hurry and get out of here. The moment that thought crossed Natsuhiko's mind, an ominous siren suddenly bellowed. Well, there's a hell of a transcription of a noise. Huh? What? What's that sound? A loud alarm bellowed, much different from the siren of the fire alarm. An automatic broadcast voice followed. A Case N has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. All facility personnel, please administer AD, take shelter in the nearest room, and stay in place. The broadcast said nothing more before cutting out. Natsuhiko looked toward the connecting passageway in shock. The security gate in their path shut with a roar. Ah! Natsuhiko rushed over to the gate and tried opening it. But no matter how much strength he used, no matter how much he pressed the open button, the gate wouldn't budge one bit. Why? Hikarin, what's wrong? With a worried look on her face, Yuri gripped Natsuhiko's hands tight. Natsuhiko answered tearfully. I don't know why, but the door won't open anymore. You mean we can't get out? It's okay, I'll open this dumb thing up right now. Natsuhiko fired himself up and struck the door with all his might. But as he did, smoke billowed up from somewhere and flooded the surrounding air. Natsuhiko panicked as he heard Yuri's coughing. But no matter how many times he pounded on the door, it wouldn't open. Darn it! Why won't it open? Poor Yuri. What do we do, Hikarin? I'm scared. Don't cry, Yuri. I'll do something. As he screamed with his wavering voice, Natsuhiko pounded recklessly on the gate. Tears welled up in Natsuhiko's eyes. Tears for fears. Tears of pain from slamming the gate with his fists. Eventually, Yuri's coughing started to grow weak, and she swapped it out for an arbok. Yuri! Ugh. When he turned around, Yuri had sunk to the floor. If we stay here, Yuri's gonna die. Natsuhiko carried Yuri's body and slowly started to walk. His head hurt terribly, perhaps due to smoke inhalation. He was sick to his stomach and his skin felt numb. But even so, he desperately searched for a route to survival. But would that be route A, B, or C? But he couldn't find an exit anywhere. Their sole path to escape, the emergency staircase, was engulfed in flames, preventing any possible approach. They tumbled into a nearby room, chased by the smoke. They desperately shut the door, but the smoke got in through the gaps. Yuri coughed within Natsuhiko's arms. Her powerless voice tore at Natsuhiko's heart. There was nowhere to run. The fire intensified, and the smoke chased them everywhere. This small room, too, would eventually be engulfed in flames. Even as a young child, Natsuhiko knew. He knew that death was near. He sobbed words of regret. I'm sorry, Yuri. It's all because I took you with me. I tried to act cool and say I'd save Mom. But I couldn't, and now I got you trapped in this mess. To be fair, she chose to follow you in down here, but I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Before he knew it, tears were dripping out of his eyes. His body withered in helplessness. His heart tore apart with regret. But then, Yuri's hand touched Natsuhiko's cheek. It's okay, Hikarin. It's because you're always trying your hardest for everyone else. I love that about you. So I'm glad that you stayed with me until the end. As she spoke, she smiled. A smile with but a fraction of the brightness of a 6th magnitude star. That's a hell of a metaphor for a 7-year-old. Yuri. Natsuhiko embraced Yuri. Her body was powerless. He was afraid that she'd collapse if he let go. The smoke snatched away Natsuhiko's strength as well, and it became difficult for him to support her. His consciousness threatened to fade away, but even so, I can't give up. I need to find a way to save Yuri. Natsuhiko thought desperately. He searched around the room for a way to escape. And on top of the desk, He caught sight of a digital photo frame. There was a picture of Natsuhiko and his mother. So this is Mom's room? That tiniest bit of information sparked hope in Natsuhiko's heart. Within his arms, Yuri's face was pale, her eyes closed. He remembered the days he had spent with her. How they had... Don't flashback again! How they had run around in the park, played at home, gone on tests of courage, and finally... That would be... No, that would still just be one flashback within one flashback. We would only be 2 layers deep. How they had run around in the park, played at home, gone on tests of courage, and finally... And they had practiced telepathy together. Telepathy? If I can use telepathy to tell someone we're here, then someone will come save us. Natsuhiko focused. He keened all his mind to the best of his ability. He focused on a distress signal. To survive, to save Yuri. Eventually, all the surrounding sound faded into the distance, and his mental voice was set free. Someone come save us. We're in Dr. Tenkawa's room. That was the very first time he had used telepathy in his life. He had never used it before, but he had a feeling he had used it for sure. All right, I'll send it over and over until it reaches someone. Natsuhiko kept using telepathy. His 5 senses dampened, and he became unaware of the outside world. Eventually, once Natsuhiko was near the limits of his ability to concentrate, he heard someone's voice. Hiko! Natsuhiko! Yuri too! Natsuhiko snapped back to his senses and looked at the voice's owner. Mom! Thank goodness you're safe. I came here to save you. Let's take Yuri and get out of here. Yeah. Natsuhiko whipped his numb body into shape and stood up. The professor carried the limp Yuri and dashed out of the room. They ran through the smoke. Is there an escape route? It's okay. There's an emergency escape in Area 6. I swear I'll save you two, so relax. The professor's voice was seeping with determination. Really? Is determination something that seeps? I'm not sure I would have described it that way. The professor ran through what looked like a blazing factory. And in the deepest part of the room, there was a security gate. She ran up to it and took a card out of her pocket. She passed the card through the terminal on the side of the gate, and the gate opened. On the other side of the gate was a small room that looked like an elevator hall. This is a cargo lift. It can't go down to the basement from the ground floors, but it should go up the other way, even during incidents like these. Wait, what if the little girl they found dead in this room was a clone of Yuri? Wouldn't that be fucked up? The professor walked up to the control panel and operated it. Please work. She whispered as if in prayer, and eventually the lift door opened with a heavy sound. It worked! We're saved! They climbed into the lift. The professor laid Yuri on the floor and closed the door using the control panel. Thank goodness. And then he passed out. And at the same time, as if his threads of tension had been cut, Natsuhiko's consciousness suddenly faded into the distance. That must have been scary for his mom. Natsuhiko! What's wrong? Natsuhiko! Natsuhiko felt like he heard his mother's voice as his consciousness faded. After that, Natsuhiko awoke. To find himself in a hospital bed. Oh, you're awake. Thank goodness. I like that this is not just sepia toned. It's super dark because his memory of it is not very strong. Mom. His usually calm and collected mother was, for that moment only, smiling joyfully. You were asleep for 2 days. I was so worried about you. But I'm truly glad that you're safe. But Natsuhiko asked his mother a question with a hollow voice. Mom, how's Yuri? Wait, hang on. Okay, so here's something super outlandish. If that dead little girl was a clone of Yuri, what if she was a new body for Yuri's consciousness to inhabit because Dr. Tenkawa knew that she was parasitizing Natsuhiko? Wouldn't that be fucking wild? That would be wild! How's Yuri? He couldn't see Yuri anywhere. But the professor's smile froze at the question. Natsuhiko, please calm down and listen carefully. She answered with a sunken expression on her face. Yuri breathed her last breath last night. Huh? Natsuhiko couldn't understand a word the professor was saying. No way. Why did Yuri... You see, Yuri had a weak constitution. She breathed in too much smoke, and in the end, she couldn't regain consciousness. And so, last night, none of the words entered his head. He couldn't perceive any meaning. But bit by bit, the truth slowly soaked into Natsuhiko's mind, only to be replaced immediately by a Yuri ghost. No way. The young Natsuhiko's cries echoed through the hospital that night. That is a different flashback boundary animation. It was a memory Natsuhiko had sealed away in the deepest depths of his mind. We are going to save, and I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break, because we've been going for a while. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Enjoy the horrible, creepy music. Okay, back. And chat. There we go. It was a memory Natsuhiko had sealed away in the deepest depths of his mind. Huh? His voice spilled out of his lips on its own. Yuri died back then? The moment the memory came back, he recalled each and every truth tied to it. How Yuri's funeral service went about quietly. How Natsuhiko was unable to attend. And how Yuri's parents did not die in a traffic accident at all. Rather, they took advantage of their daughter's death to move out of the city. Then, Natsuhiko pondered. In that case, who's the Yuri standing right there? He timidly looked up. He tried to look at Yuri, who he knew was standing in front of him. But as she stood there, her body was faint and hazy. She's a brain ghost. Yuri. Excuse me. He called her name. In response, Yuri just looked at him sadly and murmured, "Now you understand why I said I couldn't go with you, don't you?" That very moment, the facade Natsuhiko had believed to be the truth started crumbling down. No. His mind suddenly recalled words he had once heard. The brain at times believes that hallucinations are real. Since the hallucination exists to that person, they feel no fear nor doubt. Even though it's a hallucination. Hallucination. That word reverberated in his head. Impossible. There's no way Yuri can be a hallucination. She's been with me these 9 years. I swear she was with me. Shock and confusion commanded Natsuhiko's thought process. But the more he thought about it, the more telltale signs he found. PTSD symptoms, repeated nightmares and flashbacks of past experiences, tendency to avoid things related to the cause of trauma, finally, panic disorders related to said trauma. Each of those symptoms applied to Natsuhiko. Hold on. Have I always had it backwards? The one who lost their emotional balance after the accident wasn't Yuri. A few days ago, he had this conversation with Yuri over the phone. How can you even tell? Because those were the words you were wishing for. At the time, he had thought Yuri used empathy. Nope, she was a passenger in your brain. But she never needed to read his mind at all. Because Yuri only existed in Natsuhiko's mind to begin with. That was why whenever Yuri talked to Salu... What about you, Salu? I've heard that manga and anime are popular in France. True. So what about you, Salu? Huh? Salu always asked for a repeat of what Yuri said. Okay, so Salu can't see her. How about Mashiro? It wasn't simply because she didn't hear Yuri. It was because Yuri's voice could only be heard in Natsuhiko's mind. The reason Yuri couldn't leave the house was because Natsuhiko wished it so. I'm impressed with how early you caught on to Yuri. You even caught Natsuhiko tossing out her milk as if she had never drank it. Well, thank you. Oh, what point was it that I figured out Yuri was dead and a brain ghost? There was something. There was something that happened that I immediately went, oh, okay, this is what's happening. But I can't remember what exactly was the inciting clue. Huh. The reason Yuri couldn't leave the house was because Natsuhiko wished it so. Because it would be inconvenient to him if Yuri were to attract outside attention. It was day 2 of Route B. At some point there is where you started really solidifying on it. Wow, that actually is pretty early. The brain actively works to rationalize its perceptions to eliminate inconsistencies. Natsuhiko's perceptions were held up by countless rationalizations. The reason Yuri couldn't cook was because she didn't exist. The reason Natsuhiko felt no sexual desire for Yuri was because he couldn't touch her. And yet he kept believing Yuri was there all these 9 years. Because he was unable to accept her death. Does that mean Yuri is gone? Does that mean she's been dead for ages? Yes. Yes, Natsuhiko, yes it does. The truth gradually sank into Natsuhiko's mind. His memories rewound. He recalled all the memories he shared with Yuri more flashbacks! Up until today. How did we see her in the other route? That's a good question. Okay. So, the possibilities for Watase... Hang on. Okay, so... Okay. So, Watase... Okay, it is a crucial plot point that the other adult survivors believed Yuri existed because they they called out that Watase was lying about interacting with Yuri like they had interacted with her before. I believe they had also interacted with her as if she existed. Yes, several of them went to look for Yuri specifically at one point. So the whole adult crew was seeing Yuri at the same time. So what does that tell us? That means that... Shit. Okay. Either we've got an actual ghost on our hands being projected into people's heads by WX particles, or Watase has got infected with a Yuri brain ghost from his tussle with Natsuhiko. That, or my earlier theory about Natsuhiko and Watase swapping bodies bears out. I'm sort of leaning towards Natsuhiko and Watase swapping bodies, and then Yuri comes back. He recalled all the memories he shared with Yuri up until today. Oh God. And all the scenes she was in were replaced with the correct scenes. His memories of the past hour were replaced with the truth. Well, I'm surprised too, but Yuri's here in the facility. Huh? Mashiro and Salu looked around in shock. Yuri was nowhere to be seen. There was nothing but air where Natsuhiko thought Yuri was standing. And thus, the illusion manufactured by Natsuhiko's mind disappeared from his memory. Okay, so... Salu has been dealing with this for a week. Mashiro's been dealing with this for 9 years. And thus, the illusion manufactured by Natsuhiko's mind disappeared from his memory. The fabrication he believed in collapsed, leaving only the truth from which Natsuhiko had always averted his eyes. The truth that Yuri was gone. Wait, hang on. Okay, so Watase is not the only person who administered AD to Yuri. Yeah. Oh, shoot, what's her name? What's her last name? The love interest. The ex-girlfriend of Watase. She administered AD. Kazumi, that's her name. Kazumi also administered it at a few points. Yes, so the whole adult crew was seeing Yuri. It was not just Watase. Interesting. Okay. And it wasn't only the illusions in his memory. The illusion before his very eyes was also fading in favor of the truth. The fading illusion gazed at Natsuhiko and whispered, "Hikarin, it's time to say goodbye." "Wait, don't go." He tried to speak, but his voice wouldn't come out. He couldn't even find the words. "I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long. I wanted to support you. But I'm sure you'll be okay without me now." Ooh, is she actually a ghost? Is she a ghost or a PTSD hallucination? You've noticed it these past few days, haven't you? You're not alone, Hikari. With Mashiron at your side, and Salu too, you've overcome everything that's come your way, haven't you? The professor's always thinking about you too. No matter how harsh the truth may be, there are plenty of people there to support you. You see, that's the final thing I wanted to tell you. Perhaps that was why Natsuhiko recalled his memories again and again. To etch into his mind just how important Mashiro, Salu, and everyone else were to him. Well, all it's done for the player is get annoying. So he'd be able to handle the truth. To correct the inconsistencies of his perception, little by little. But none of that mattered to him anymore. Natsuhiko reached out to Yuri and raised his voice. "Please, don't go, Yuri." "Huh? The days I spent with you are irreplaceable. I don't care if you're an illusion. Don't disappear, I'm begging you." Oh, it etched into lore as a trauma response to flashbacks. Yuri sadly responded to his cries. "I'm sorry, Hikarin, but I have to. I've got somebody else's brain to inhabit, because you've noticed the fact that I'm gone. But because of that, time has finally started to move again for you after it's been stopped for 9 years, hasn't it?" Was Watase one of the rescue workers 9 years ago? No, he wouldn't have interacted with Yuri because Dr. Tenkawa is the one who rescued them. You can live again now. You can live your own life, no longer bound by your memory of me. So, bye, Yuri. Goodbye. Bye, Yuri. Until we meet again. Yuri's voice stopped there. That was her final word. Yeah, it's very correct to play Route A and then Route B. For she had disappeared. For the illusion vanished before Natsuhiko's eyes. Excuse me. Eventually, a strangled cry escaped from Natsuhiko's throat. It was the same scream he let out when he learned of Yuri's death. The bitter cry of one who had learned the truth. Just then, the door opened and someone rushed inside. Lie, huh? Natsuhiko? It was Mashiro. Natsuhiko, I heard a scream. What happened? Natsuhiko answered the worried Mashiro with a hollow voice. Yuri. Huh? Did something happen to Yuri? She disappeared. She disappeared? Wasn't she with you? Did she run off somewhere? Mashiro looked around the room. She was playing along, just like she always had. And Mashiro must be reading my... Once Natsuhiko realized that fact, he slumped powerlessly against the wall. He started giggling to himself. It was a frightening voice that sent shivers down his own spine. I am a little disappointed that he wasn't projecting Yuri into other people's minds. It's cool that Mashiro was reading his mind, and was she seeing the Yuri hallucination, or was she just playing along? I wonder. But I am a little disappointed that Natsuhiko didn't have mental projection in his power set. Well, we still don't know that because of the mind swap potential. How the hell did the whole adult crew see her? Wait, hang on. Was Yuri's image overwriting Mashiro? Because I don't think we saw Mashiro in the entirety of Route A until the end scene that showed her lying slumped on the ground. But then how would the crew have known about Yuri? No, okay, no, it's far more likely that Yuri was just a hallucination and they were injecting AD into empty space. But, okay. The big question is, why could 5 people see Yuri simultaneously seeing the same thing? Because we've established that on Natsuhiko's side, Salu couldn't see shit, and Mashiro was just playing along with the stuff she read his mind about. So how do we get from here to the whole to Yuri being transferred to the adult crew and all of them being able to see her? How the hell do we get there? Is it WX particle contamination? The WX particle contamination has to be more than just radiation that's killing them. Okay. Well, let's put a pin in that question. It was a frightening voice that sent shivers down his own spine. Hey, what happened? You're acting kind of strange. Hey, what's wrong? Mashiro reached out and tried to touch Natsuhiko. But Natsuhiko pushed her hand away, with a slap sound. Isn't it a little late to say that? Huh? I've been acting strange for years, haven't I? Mashiro's face stiffened at those words. Years? Natsuhiko, did you? Natsuhiko grabbed Mashiro by the shoulders and pushed her against the wall. Natsuhiko, stop it, you're hurting me. You've been lying to me all this time, haven't you? Lying? Yuri's gone, isn't she? She's been gone for 9 goddamn years. And I was the only one who never realized it. I rewrote my reality just to rationalize my own denial. And you just played along with my madness, didn't you? Is this your idea of a joke? No. Damn it, how dare you? How dare you lie to me like this? Natsuhiko's chest tightened, his eyes blurred with tears. And he stood face to face with Mashiro, whose eyes were likewise wet. Hold on, Natsuhiko. Listen to... Shut up! Natsuhiko pressed his forehead into Mashiro's chest, because he didn't want her to see him cry. Natsuhiko, everyone's been lying to me. You and Salu and my own mother. But that wasn't all that made him sad. Mashiro had always talked to Yuri like it was normal. How could she do that when Yuri only existed inside Natsuhiko's head? There was only one answer. Mashiro's been constantly reading my mind with empathy. She said she didn't read other people's minds without permission. Oh, that's a big lie. Oof! But that had always been a lie. Natsuhiko gripped Mashiro's shoulders even tighter. He didn't care that he was hurting her. Oh boy. Why? How could you do such a thing? He was mortified that he had been lied to. And to make matters worse, he was lied to by the one he trusted the most. He would have rather lived with the truth, no matter how cruel, than keep living a lie. Mashiro. Natsuhiko soon felt darker emotions take hold of his heart. Mashiro was no longer the only one here who could use empathy. You've always peeped into my mind. So now it's my turn to peep into yours. Oh boy. Oh boy. Natsuhiko focused his mind. He didn't care if all he heard was a noise-ridden mental voice. As long as he could come even the slightest bit closer to understanding Mashiro's feelings. Mashiro, tell me, why have you been lying to me? I can't stand to look you in the eye if you don't. His intention was stronger than ever. His intention to expose the secrets in Mashiro's mind. The moment he embraced that intention in his heart, his 5 senses vanished. Natsuhiko's consciousness shut out into the endless darkness. What is this? It felt like a world shut off from everything. His sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, all his senses paused. All that existed there was Natsuhiko's consciousness. Soon enough, he heard a faint voice in his ear. Natsuhiko, I'm sorry. I had no other choice. I had no other choice but to keep lying to you. It was Mashiro's voice, or rather her thoughts, and it was somehow different from empathy. Natsuhiko's consciousness remained in the darkness even after he had heard Mashiro's voice. What's going on? It was like the cessation of sensation he experienced during empathy, except it continued on forever. That was the bizarre sensation he felt. What in the hell is this? And right when Natsuhiko thought that, a countless number of somethings flickered in the darkness? Ooh. They were like pictures or films, fragmentary visions. Natsuhiko was in several of them. And out of all the visions drifting about Natsuhiko, he saw one of his own sorrowful face. He's seeing things from Mashiro's perspective. That was me just a second ago. No way. Could this be what Mashiro just saw? Her memory? Once he made that realization, he remembered what the Phantom Yuri had said. The apex of a communicator's journey, the ability beyond empathy, the power to connect minds rather than just brains. But it would be best if you didn't use it anymore, for you might end up knowing something you'd rather not know. When he had tried to read the terrorists' minds last night at the ruined factory, he didn't hear just their voices. He saw the visions they had seen as well. No way, is that what this is? He didn't understand what she meant when he first heard her, but now he fully understood. This is the third ability of BC. The fact that the Yuri inside his mind said it meant that perhaps Natsuhiko was subconsciously aware of this ability's existence. He didn't understand the particulars, but he vaguely understood why it would be best that he not use this ability. But even so, I want to know. If this ability can give me a deeper understanding of Mashiro than empathy can, then... Fragments of Mashiro's memory drifted about in the darkness. This is what's going to knock her out, isn't it? Visions so fragile, so brittle. Natsuhiko quietly peeked into the first such fragment. Flashbacks! No! Inside that memory was Natsuhiko himself in his childhood days. It feels so weird to see child Natsuhiko. When is this memory from? Once he pondered that question, a date just popped into Natsuhiko's head. He naturally knew just when that event happened, as if he were recalling his own memories. July 7th, 2021. Wait, that date! This is Mashiro's memory of right before Yuri and I went to Labo. Inside the memory, Natsuhiko and Mashiro spoke. We're going to Labo to save Mom. Now we get all the game again, but this time from Mashiro's perspective. Oh god, what if that is Route C? Oh no! What if that is Route C? Route M, I guess? We're going to Labo to save Mom. Mashiro's eyes opened wide at those words. Stop it, Natsuhiko. It's dangerous. You shouldn't go to a place like that. Why not? There are rumors that they do dangerous research there, you know. Don't forget you're here forever. And besides, radiation comes out of there, so you can't ever go inside. Dad told me so. Huh, what's wrong, Mashiro? You chicken? Well, fine. I guess I'll just go ask Yuri then. What's that supposed to mean? Lately you've been Yuri this and Yuri that. Mashiro loved Yuri too, and thought of her as a close friend despite their age difference. Oh yeah, the little UI changed to be pink. For Mashiro. That's cute. Mashiro loved Yuri too, and thought of her as a close friend despite their age difference. But for some reason, Mashiro didn't like it whenever Natsuhiko said Yuri's name. What? Don't tell me you're jealous, but you're just a tomboy. She could feel her cheeks turn red, as the blood rushed to her head. Fine, I don't care about you anymore, Natsuhiko. Go buzz off with Yuri and see if I care. Mashiro ended up yelling those words. What was the color for Watase? Natsuhiko's is yellow. What's the color for Watase? I never paid attention to it. Those words she would later come to regret for years and years. And after that, Natsuhiko and Yuri went to Labo. Mashiro had no idea what happened there. 3 days later, Mashiro came to the park by herself. She thought it was about time for her to make up with Natsuhiko. She was going to apologize when she saw him at school, but neither Natsuhiko nor Yuri had attended since the day before yesterday, so she never had a chance. That was just another one of our little fights, right? Things will be back to normal after we play for a day, won't they? When she and Natsuhiko played alone, neither ever yielded, but whenever Yuri was with them, things would be okay. Watase was blue. Okay, cool. If Yuri were there to bind them together, then they'd definitely be able to make up soon. And with that plan in mind, Mashiro waited. But Natsuhiko just wasn't coming, it seemed. Even though he almost always showed up around this time. Should I go to Natsuhiko's place? Eventually, Mashiro muttered that and walked off. Once she reached Natsuhiko's house, she tried pressing the doorbell. But nobody came. There was no response, no matter how many times she pushed the button. That's strange. Excuse me, is anybody home? The moment she spoke up, she heard a voice from behind her. Mashiro? Hey! She turned around in shock to see Natsuhiko's mother, Dr. Miyoko Tenkawa, standing there. Ah, Professor! When Mashiro called her by that name, the professor spoke to her in a tired voice. What's wrong? I came here to see Natsuhiko, but he doesn't seem to be in. Where did he go? You haven't heard yet, have you? Heard what? Natsuhiko is in the hospital. Hospital? There was a fire at Labo, and he and Yuri got caught in it. Was he hospitalized? Yuri was with him. So is Yuri in the hospital too? Not anymore. Yuri's no longer with us. With a dark expression on her face, the professor stepped up to Mashiro and held her by the shoulders as she spoke slowly. Mashiro, you see, after she was rescued, Yuri never woke up. And last night... Huh? The moment she heard those words, Mashiro felt her peaceful days come crashing to an end. Mashiro cried a whole day after that. By the time she attended Yuri's funeral, she had run out of tears. But 1 week after that, tears would spill out every time she remembered what happened. Mashiro sobbed as she waited for the bus to go to the hospital. No matter how much she cried, she could not recover from the sadness of losing a dear friend. Yuri had an ever-gentle smile on her face. Yuri had told her she was cute, even when nobody else would treat her like a girl. Yuri had praised her cooking whenever they played house. Yuri was the gentlest, cutest girl that Mashiro wanted to be. And Mashiro could still not believe that she was gone. But even as sadness filled Mashiro's heart, just one other thing remained. Her worry for Natsuhiko. I wonder if Natsuhiko's okay. Natsuhiko didn't attend Yuri's funeral. He was apparently still in the hospital. He hadn't come to school at all. I gotta go pay him a visit. Mashiro wiped her tears as the bus arrived. As she got off the bus in front of the hospital, Mashiro went through reception and headed to Natsuhiko's room. Inside the hospital room, Natsuhiko was lying on the bed. Beside him was Dr. Tenkawa. Professor! Ah, Mashiro. You came to visit, didn't you? Thank you for taking the time. No problem. Is Natsuhiko asleep? Natsuhiko, you see... The professor glanced at Natsuhiko. Mashiro peeked at Natsuhiko's face and gasped. Unlocked 50% of event CGs in album. Yup, waiting for Route M. He wasn't sleeping. He was lying down with his eyes wide open. But there was no light in those eyes. He just stared blankly at the air. Natsuhiko? No answer. Natsuhiko? No answer. Hey, what's wrong, Natsuhiko? Can't you hear me? Hey! As Mashiro shouted in confusion, Dr. Tenkawa answered in her son's stead. He can't hear you. Huh? He's been like that ever since he learned about Yuri's death. It's not just you, Mashiro. He won't respond to anyone. Not me, nor the doctors. He couldn't come to terms with the truth, and he shut his mind away. No, and Mashiro's about to use empathy for the first time. Mashiro looked at Natsuhiko in blank amazement. His gaze pointed off somewhere far into the distance. Mashiro left the hospital in disbelief. Oh, I guess not. As she headed home, her head swirled with various thoughts and feelings. But the strongest feeling of them all was regret. Yuri went to Labo in my stead and died because of it. That's why Natsuhiko's like that. Mashiro's heart was torn apart by the regret of what she could never undo. She couldn't think of a way to dispel that regret. At least until Natsuhiko returns to normal, She resolved to put everything she had into watching over Natsuhiko. She didn't care if she was merely serving as a replacement for Yuri or about anything else. Mashiro swore to herself that she would watch over him, which is why she got into hero anime. Because she suddenly had someone to protect. Mashiro frequently visited Natsuhiko after that. She prayed for the day that he'd regain consciousness. Natsuhiko, how are you doing today? Well, today, you see, I was practicing BC, right? I actually successfully used telepathy for the first time. That means I'm finally ability level 1. I started using telepathy before you did, Natsuhiko. Actually, no. Aren't I amazing? Haha. No matter how much Mashiro spoke, Natsuhiko would not respond. But even so, she would come speak with him as she believed that was the only way to bring him back to reality. Man, Natsuhiko, I'm so bored this summer break. Hey, 8-5, 2 days before my birthday. 8/5/2021 would have been 2 days before my 33rd birthday. God, I'm going to be 36 in a month. I'm so old. Man, Natsuhiko, I'm so bored this summer break. Last year, we had a test of courage. We freed Sirius. We investigated the 7 Wonders, and lots of other stuff. Nothing happens without you around, Natsuhiko. It's so boring. But even as time passed and summer break arrived, nothing changed. Actually, something kind of surprising happened today. You see, there's this boy in the other class, and he sent me this letter, and it said he liked me. Hey, Natsuhiko, what should I do? Though the world around Mashiro was changing, time remained still for Natsuhiko. I ended up rejecting the boy who sent the letter. I mean, I don't really understand all that stuff. Like what it means to like someone. You are 7. Mashiro strained to prevent her world from changing so that she wouldn't slip too far from Natsuhiko's time. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. That day, Mashiro visited Natsuhiko's hospital room. Today at school, the boys were asking if you were still in the hospital. Your mom doesn't let anyone else visit me but me, you see. Everyone's really worried since they haven't seen you in 3 months. You really are popular, you know. Still no response. Everyone's waiting for you to be discharged. So, did everyone grow distant from Natsuhiko, not because Natsuhiko wanted to grow distant from them, but because they were weirded out by Natsuhiko talking about Yuri like she was still alive? Everyone's waiting for you to be discharged. No matter how much she talked to him, there was no response. Eventually, "Hey, say something, Natsuhiko." Her voice rung out from the bottom of her heart and echoed through the hospital room. "I'm waiting for you to come back, Natsuhiko. Now that Yuri's gone, I've been all alone." Mashiro suddenly realized just how much her own voice was trembling. Her vision had blurred before she noticed. "Natsuhiko." Mashiro touched Natsuhiko's cheek. He was right there, yet they couldn't exchange words. She could only guess what he was thinking. Mashiro whispered by herself in the tiny room. "It's so lonely, Natsuhiko. I want to play with you like we did back then. I want to fight with you over stupid things." Mashiro was already past the point where she had any hope for an answer. Her sobs echoed through the quiet hospital room. But then... she heard the voice she had been waiting to hear. "Huh?" Mashiro gasped and looked at Natsuhiko in disbelief. "Huh?" Natsuhiko looked around, confused. The light had returned to his eyes. Eventually, those eyes fell on Mashiro. "Mashiro?" He called out her name. Natsuhiko!" Natsuhiko twitched at the sudden shout. "Huh? What? No, where am I?" Natsuhiko appeared unaware that he was in a hospital. Joyous music that's going to be screeching to a halt in a minute when it becomes clear that he thinks Yuri's still alive. Mashiro grasped Natsuhiko's hand and answered, "You're in the hospital. You don't remember?" That's right. Yuri and I got caught in the fire in Labo." Yeah. He appeared to be gradually recalling the circumstances. Mashiro softly spoke to him, holding back all the words she wanted to say so they wouldn't overflow. "Natsuhiko, you've been in the hospital ever since then, you know? I've been coming here to visit you." "I see. Thank you. It's not that big a deal. What matters is that you're back." "I'm sorry. I must have made you worry." Natsuhiko spoke apologetically. Mashiro wiped her tears and smiled. Mashiro's about to tell him that Yuri's dead, and he's not going to process the information, or he'll go into a coma again. Mashiro wiped her tears and smiled. "I said it's no big deal. More importantly, I gotta call the professor. She needs to know you've woken up." "That's true. Besides..." Natsuhiko smiled as he spoke. "Yep, there goes the music. I'm sure Yuri's worried too." The air froze in the hospital room. "Huh? Yuri, she should be waiting for me at home." "Natsuhiko?" An ominous premonition arose from the pit of Mashiro's stomach. She asked him again in a rough voice. "What makes you say that?" "Well, I just remembered what happened when they carried me to the hospital. I nearly died from breathing too much smoke, but Yuri was safe, wasn't she? So Mom told me Yuri didn't have to be hospitalized." That was an impossible memory. Natsuhiko had shut his mind after he learned about Yuri's death. But Natsuhiko appeared to believe what he had just said from the bottom of his heart. "Hey, Natsuhiko, you didn't forget, did you?" "Forget what?" "You see, Yuri's already... she's already gone, you know?" "Oh, yep, there goes the light in his eyes." Natsuhiko looked at Mashiro with blank eyes. Gone where?" "Huh? Like I said, because of the fire. Yuri breathed in too much smoke, and she died." Once Mashiro repeated herself. Natsuhiko suddenly grimaced. Natsuhiko, what's wrong? My head just started to... it hurts. Natsuhiko, are you okay, Natsuhiko? Oh, he sure isn't. Natsuhiko groaned for a while, but eventually his face slackened as if he were in peace. It doesn't hurt anymore. I see, that's good. What was that just now? Natsuhiko tilted his head. Mashiro had no answer. She had the feeling that Natsuhiko's headache was no ordinary headache. Mashiro's body trembled from an unknown fear. Well, whatever. Anyway, gotta go call them. Huh? We gotta tell them I'm awake, right? Besides, I'm sure Yuri's worried too. When she heard those words, Mashiro finally understood. Natsuhiko still had not returned to reality. He had become emotionally unstable. Natsuhiko. Mashiro called out his name. She called out the name of her friend, who looked the same on the outside, but was completely different. The ultimate copium! The tears she had wiped away had come back. Natsuhiko looked at her quizzically. Quizzically is a good word you don't hear often enough. Mashiro, why are you crying? Those were Mashiro's memories from 9 years ago. As he peered into them, Natsuhiko's mind shook with surprise. What is this? Did that really happen, without me even being aware of it? Natsuhiko himself had memories of how he was hospitalized after the fire, but what Natsuhiko remembered was completely different. So you're saying I was completely comatose for 3 whole months? Then what happened after that? How did Mashiro handle me? As soon as he had the desire to know the answer to that question... More flashbacks! As soon as he had the desire to know the answer to that question, another vision rose before his eyes. I think what's actually bothering me about the flashbacks is that we've already figured out, this is just belaboring the point. It's going very slowly and going over stuff we already figured out. So it feels like retreading ground, even though it isn't. The next thing Natsuhiko saw was far further into the future than what he saw last. A memory of the recent past. Natsuhiko naturally knew just how much time had passed. It's 9 years after that day, huh? Indeed, it was a memory of just about a week ago. Odyssey in the Sky with Denpa. Is that a reference to Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, but with 2 different things replacing it? Mashiro was making breakfast in the Tenkawa kitchen as usual. And soon enough, she heard the living room door open as Natsuhiko greeted her. Good morning! Good morning! Mashiro returned the greeting and quickly continued cooking. The newscaster on TV was rambling on in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. Next on the news. Early this morning, Rokame City's BC Training Center received objectionable literature from an extremist group. A connection to the recently held BC seminar was also identified. The police are now working with the city security department to... Root B falters with the flashbacks is that for the first 6 days, they announced every time they did a flashback, and that starts to make it feel like an unwanted intrusion, where it'd just be more effective if the game just dumped into it with no written transition. Yeah, everything in Root B is a bit overwrought. I don't particularly like Root B. It's been 15 hours of slice of life, and I've learned that slice of life fiction doesn't really appeal to me that much. I've been itching to get back to the plot, or at least the interesting part of the plot, for the entirety of Route B. A connection to the recently held BC seminar was also identified. The police are now working with the city security department to... Soon, she heard Natsuhiko's voice mix in with the voice on the TV. "Good morning, Yuri." Mashiro turned around. "Good morning, Yuri." But of course, nobody was there. But Natsuhiko acknowledged that Yuri had entered the room. Mashiro merely played along. "Breakfast is just about done." Mashiro distributed the food to Natsuhiko and Yuri without any panic in particular. Over the course of the past half year, Mashiro had completely gotten the hang of things. "What's on the menu today?" "Hash browns, bacon and eggs, salad, omelets, and orange juice. A classic all-American breakfast." "Wow, starting the day off with a full meal, huh?" During that exchange, Natsuhiko was probably hearing Yuri's voice. Even at this point in time, he still had not accepted her death. He didn't just hear her voice. He always seemed to see an illusion of Yuri. Charles Bonnet syndrome, huh? Mashiro remembered the name of a condition she had read in a book before. Charles Bonnet syndrome, a general term for a phenomenon that occurs due to an abnormality of information transfer in the brain. Even if the person is mentally normal, they suffer symptoms including visual hallucinations. Often the cause is physical trauma to the brain. When Natsuhiko got caught in the fire, he likely inhaled large volumes of carbon monoxide. Actually brain-damaged protagonist, Goku style. I guess that damaged his brain and caused him to hallucinate. That was what Mashiro figured. But aside from that one detail, Natsuhiko was completely normal. As long as he didn't come in contact with the truth of that past, he would live calm, peaceful days. Now then, boys and girls, put your hands together. Thanks for the food. And thus another morning began. Yeah, genuine brain damage. Wild. Mashiro secretly used empathy on Natsuhiko, upon which she heard Yuri's voice as Natsuhiko heard it in his brain. Yep, it's delicious, just like you'd expect from Mashiro. Yeah, it's amazing how you can make all of this in such a short amount of time. Oddly enough, using empathy on Natsuhiko allowed Mashiro to hear Yuri's voice as Natsuhiko heard it. Mashiro smiled at Natsuhiko. I'm just used to it. I mean, I have been doing this for over half a year now. Yeah, I am used to it. I've been doing this for years. It took 5 years to train herself to that level of ability. Oh, excuse me. At this point in time, Mashiro had gained the equivalent of ability level 5. She was able to use empathy smoothly and naturally, without the need to concentrate too hard, nor the need to sacrifice her hearing. There were likely very few communicators with the same level of ability as her in the entire nation. Well, she had a reason to practice that hard. The reason Mashiro was able to obtain such power, despite only having rank B aptitude, was perhaps out of sheer force of will, which should probably be added to the modern format at this point. Her will to know Natsuhiko's mind. That was what granted her ability beyond her aptitude. Empathy allowed her a glimpse of Natsuhiko's world whenever she wished. Huh? Hikarin, you've barely touched your food. Does your tummy hurt? No, I'm fine. I just wanted to savor the food as I ate. I could actually go for some sausages, not gonna lie. Some breakfast sausages. Really? That's good. I might not look it, but I've got a sturdy body. I've always got a healthy appetite. With that answer, Natsuhiko stuffed his cheeks with bread. Oh, I like how you eat, Natsuhiko. Makes all that effort worth it. The conversation concluded without any issue. Yuri certainly still existed, at least within the walls of the house, even if her existence was a fragile illusion built upon the foundation of countless lies. Naturally, Mashiro was unbearably reluctant to peek into Natsuhiko's mind without permission, but she chose to play along with Natsuhiko's story, even if it meant she had to overcome her guilty conscience. For that was the only way she could remain by his side. 9 years ago, she took an oath upon herself to watch over Natsuhiko until he returned to his old self. Mashiro stayed true to that oath even now. Hallucinations weren't Natsuhiko's only issues. The more serious matter at hand was his panic disorder. One wrong move and Natsuhiko would come close to noticing Yuri's death, causing him to display symptoms including intense headaches and heart palpitations. In extreme cases, his memories would go into disarray and he'd begin to ignore reality. Aside from hospital staff, only Mashiro and Dr. Tenkawa knew about his condition. If only he could gradually improve. The most effective treatment for this kind of condition was said to be family therapy. That is, for the family to treat the patient with devoted support for their condition. I have to play the role of family in the professor's place, 'cause she ain't gonna do it! That was what Dr. Tenkawa had requested due to her frequent absence from home. You foisted it off on a teenage girl. Natsuhiko spoke apologetically to Mashiro, despite having been left in the dark. But still, sorry for making you do all this all the time, Mashiro. What do you mean? Your mother pays me after all, so it's kind of like a part-time job. And besides, it's not like I do it for you or anything. If I had to say, I do it more for Yuri. Right, Yuri? Oh, that's a painful lie. As Mashiro said that, she secretly thought to herself, I do it for Yuri, huh? Mashiro did indeed suffer a deep wound after losing her close friend. She was honestly happy that she could still talk to the deceased Yuri by using empathy on Natsuhiko. Oh, oof! Oof! The ghost of her dead friend has conversations with her via her brain-damaged other friend's brain. Oh my god, that's fucked up. But naturally, that couldn't have been her only reason. And what have all these 9 years been for? Not even Mashiro quite knew herself. 'Cause she loves him. It couldn't be explained simply by the words atonement or regret. No, I just want Natsuhiko to return to how he used to be. That's all. Also that, because that's just about all I can do. As Mashiro silently recited her convictions, she looked at Natsuhiko. At the boy who gazed at the phantom of a dead girl without ever second-guessing himself. Oh my god, more! But naturally, it was not as if she had any complaints about the current Natsuhiko. He had become so quiet that he seemed to be a completely different person, but Mashiro believed that the old Natsuhiko was still there at his core. Come back to the present. I want to know how Natsuhiko reacts to all this. But even so, eternity. Yeah, this has taken a fucking eternity. But even so, once they came to a certain place where they had shared memories long past, she couldn't help but feel her heart tear in two. Mashiro, I don't know how to say this, but you're a good person. That's what Natsuhiko had said as they returned from their field trip. His embarrassed expression was the same as how he was as a boy. Something suddenly tightened in Mashiro's chest, forcing her to look away. What are you talking about? I'm just copying what you did back in the day. Really? Was I really that good a guy back then? Well, I think you still are a pretty good guy, Natsuhiko. Your one weakness is that you can get pretty stubborn sometimes, though. Ain't that the truth? Maybe, I guess. Natsuhiko scratched his head in contemplation. Fine. You win, Mashiro. I'll try to lower my guard at least a little. Yeah, that should be good enough. This will have to do for now and all. What's that? Another anime quote? Yeah, one from way before we were born, though. When Mashiro smiled, Natsuhiko smiled back. As she looked at his smile, Mashiro secretly thought to herself, "Yeah, this will have to do for now." Mashiro could do nothing for him but watch over him and support him. She didn't do it to boast, nor did she want Natsuhiko to know what she was doing or how she felt. As such, perhaps she really was doing it for Natsuhiko's sake. Her inconsistencies were endless. Nevertheless, Mashiro thought that she would stay by his side like this forever. This is for the best. If I don't at least believe that I'm doing the right thing, then everything I'm doing for Natsuhiko will really be all for nothing. Let's leave it at that for now. Those days would eventually come to an end. Their daily life would one day collapse, but there was indeed peace within that life. Like their nostalgic chat in the park, illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. Even if that peace were only temporary, it was an irreplaceable treasure to her. Hey, Natsuhiko. I'm kind of glad we talked about all these things today. Let's come here again sometime when we've got time. Yeah, every now and then, I guess. As Natsuhiko muttered that, a gentle breeze enveloped them. Mashiro gazed at his face from the side and silently prayed. If only this moment of peace could last forever. Back to the present? Back to the present? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah! Thank God. And then the visions within the memories faded. Natsuhiko returned to reality as if he had woken up from a dream. Before his eyes was a crying Mashiro pushed against the wall. Apparently, only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. But Natsuhiko had experienced 9 years of her life. Wait, he watched everything? Not just the stuff we just saw? And he shed endless tears. Natsuhiko? Mashiro called out in confusion. But once he heard that voice, Natsuhiko silently brought her into a deep embrace. He could feel her body tensing up. But Natsuhiko embraced her even stronger as he spoke. It would be even more strongly, thank you. Mashiro, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Huh? You've always been there to support me, haven't you? You've always been there for me, right by my side. Mashiro gasped at those words. How did you... I'm sorry I did it without asking, but I read your memories with BC. Huh? My memories? Is that even... It is. I did it. It has to be some sort of new BC ability. Convenient, but I wanted to know how you felt so bad, and then I saw your memories of 9 years up until today. That's a lot of memories to process. And now I know everything, how my mind shattered when I lost Yuri, and how you were always there watching over me. That too? Yeah, so I wanted to say... Natsuhiko paused there. He desperately held back his overwhelming emotions and squeezed out the words. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mashiro. Tears came spilling out again. Natsuhiko recalled the words Yuri's phantom had whispered to him 6 days ago. Stop flashing back! So don't distrust those around you. If you must distrust someone, then distrust me. I did, Yuri. I have been, for months, distrusting you. No matter what's the truth and what's a lie, you should be in the company of those with good intentions, shouldn't you? What Yuri said was true. Natsuhiko had always been protected by the people around him. For 9 whole years. And then Mashiro. It's okay. Mashiro had that to say to him. You know, I've been worried this whole time. Worried? Yeah, I was worried that once you noticed the truth, the same thing that happened to you 9 years ago would happen again. But it didn't. You were able to accept the sadness. And I'm happy just for that. Natsuhiko, you did well to withstand it. You worked so hard. Natsuhiko shook his head at those words. Mashiro, the only reason I could withstand it was because of you. Yeah, I shipped them. I've been shipping them for several parts now. Because you were always there by my side. Yuri was the one by your side, wasn't she? Mashiro, Yuri wasn't real. No, thanks to you, He had no more words. He just embraced Mashiro tightly once more. An embrace filled with 9 years of feelings. Natsuhiko, I'm glad I could be there for you. Mashiro returned the embrace. They remained in each other's arms for a while. Without words, without BC. How much time had they spent in each other's arms after that? There's supposed to be an apostrophe there. Eventually, Natsuhiko let go of Mashiro and spoke up. She's going to be riding that high for weeks. Let's go, Mashiro. Okay. We've been going for 4 hours. So, I don't know how close we are to the end of Route B. Are we within like an hour of the end of Route B? Shy? Because if so, I'm going to keep going. If not, this feels like a good pause point. We are within an hour of the end of Route B. Okay. Surely we're past the flashback minefield. Oh my god, I hope so. Oh my god, I hope there are no more flashbacks. Alright. Let's go, Mashiro. Yeah. It's my duty to get you out of here. And that's a duty I swear I'll fulfill. But what about the card? There should be one in this area. I don't know how I know, but trust me. Yuri's phantom said that Natsuhiko had merely overlooked it. He decided to trust in her words. Remember, I must have seen it. Where have I been where I've already seen a card? As soon as he pondered that question, the card's location flickered in his mind as if in a flashback. The stairwell next door. Let's go look, Mashiro. Yeah, lead on, I guess. Natsuhiko and Mashiro rushed out of the room and dashed to the stairwell. It was dark because the light had been broken. Natsuhiko and Mashiro stared hard as they searched for the card together. And eventually, hidden in the pile of rubble, Natsuhiko spotted a rectangular object. Found one! Huh? Mashiro looked at the card Natsuhiko had picked up. I am so annoyed that they use the background for the top of the stairs to show when they're at the bottom of the stairs. Hey, it's his mom's card. Written on it was the name Miyoko Tenkawa and the letters level N. Mom's card? Why is it here? Maybe she dropped it when she evacuated. They couldn't know the details. However, Natsuhiko felt it was as if Yuri had left them with this card. In any case, I'm sure we can use this to open the security gate. True, let's try it out immediately. It would be so easy to remove the railings, yeah. Yeah. They dashed out of the stairwell. And they arrived at the gate that had been blocking their way. Natsuhiko swiped their newly found card through the gate's card slot. Please work. Please. Natsuhiko and Mashiro huddled up and prayed. And as if their prayer had reached heaven. Kabeep! The gate slowly opened before them. Mashiro looked at Natsuhiko with gleaming eyes. All right, there's sure to be an emergency escape in Area 6 this way. You can tell? We escaped through Area 6 9 years ago. A complicated smile formed across Mashiro's face as she heard those words. Natsuhiko himself felt sad as he looked back at the way they came. Back at Area 5, where he and Yuri had been trapped that fateful day. In the same place where Yuri's illusion had vanished. But not forever. How the fuck do the adults see Yuri? Okay. Okay, what if the answer is to have Yuri low? Okay. One last SSS. One last SSS. Do I go Yuri high or Yuri low? I think I think I'm going Yuri high. See what happens. But there was nothing there now. Yuri was no longer with them. Natsuhiko finally accepted that truth. Goodbye, Yuri. And bid her farewell. She no longer existed anywhere but in their memories. Natsuhiko recalled one such nostalgic memory. A memory of when she was living. At the ruined factory, after the professor had said that she would do something about Yuri's situation. They first headed home. Natsuhiko and Yuri walked silently hand in hand. You never escape Mr. Bones' wild ride. The professor walked a few steps ahead of the two as she spoke on the phone with someone. Yes, there's the possibility of neglect. Does Article 14 of the BC law not apply? Then at least a security department citation for the parental guardians. Natsuhiko's mother spoke in a firm voice. What she was talking about was too difficult for the kids to understand. However, they at least had the vague idea that the situation was serious. Eventually, Yuri cast down her eyes and murmured, "Hey, Natsuhiko." Thanks for everything today. It was so fun." Natsuhiko's chest tightened as she thanked him. He said he'd protect Yuri, but he couldn't fulfill his promise. He even borrowed strength from his mother, but he had no idea how far that would get him. Perhaps dragging Yuri along this late at night only made things worse. He had seen how horribly furious her parents would get at her after she'd return home. "I'm sorry, Yuri." "Huh?" "I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything to help you." Yuri shook her head at those words. "Don't say that. We may have only run away from home for a short time, but it was really fun for me. We walked hand in hand. We talked a lot. We made precious memories. That's all I need to..." No 8-year-old is going to talk about precious memories. Yuri sealed her lips at that. Natsuhiko looked up to the sky to prevent his tears from falling down. Stars shined through the night sky. Shone through the night sky, translators. Yuri looked up at the stars too. The stars sure are pretty, huh? Yeah. And thus they ended up looking up at the sky together. Yuri pointed to some particularly bright stars and spoke. Hey, Natsuhiko, do you know those stars? Which stars? Those two stars beside the Milky Way. They're called Orihime and Hikoboshi. Yeah, I've heard of them. Hikoboshi is your star, isn't it, Natsuhiko? Your names do sound the same. Yuri smiled slightly as she spoke. Natsuhiko gathered the courage to answer her. Yeah, now if only Orihime was called Yuriboshi, right? It's too bad, but I'm not a princess like Orihime. But it wouldn't be good anyway. Those two stars are separated from each other after all. Yeah, but... You see, even if those two stars are separated, they can meet each other once a year. And because they've made that promise, they're not sad. And I'm not sad either. I can always go to the park whenever I want to see you, Natsuhiko. That sounds like a way better deal than what Orihime and Hikoboshi get. He knew that those words were her earnest attempt to sound like everything was okay. He was quietly assaulted by regret and helplessness. It wasn't as if seeing her in the park again and again could save Yuri. Age, family, social standing, those completely worthless things had separated them, just like how the heavenly river of the Milky Way separated the two stars. So Natsuhiko firmly grasped Yuri's hand. Hey, Yuri. Huh? I'll never forget what happened today. I'll never forget looking at the stars with you. Natsuhiko swore to never forget his regrets. Oh, how'd that work out for you, buddy? He swore an oath upon his heart. Yuri smiled back at him. I won't forget what happened today either. I'm so happy you said you'd protect me, Natsuhiko. Yuri gazed at Natsuhiko. As Natsuhiko gazed back, he silently swore to one day go up to her and protect her forever. Once I grow up and get stronger, I swear I'll protect you, Yuri. Oh, this is so tragic. These poor kids. She smiled at him as he swore that oath. Thank you, Natsuhiko. I'll be waiting. Those words softly echoed in Natsuhiko's mind. Mind! In the end, Natsuhiko couldn't fulfill his promise back then. He was the one who was always being protected. He was overwhelmed with regret, loss, and helplessness. But for that very reason, there was something he needed to do. There's only one way I can atone. By protecting the other girl who was always with me. He swore to protect her. His memories bestowed him with a sense of duty. With renewed gratitude towards Yuri, Natsuhiko once again made a solemn oath. Mashiro silently grasped Natsuhiko's hand. He grasped back. Let's go, Mashiro. Yeah. Wait, is this the end? Hang on, is this the end? Do we not get to see the gun zombie encounter? The two of them exchanged those words and left Area 5. To part with the past and head towards the future. I won't forget what happened here because I'll keep flashing back to it every 5 minutes. That's it? Wait, that's where it stops? I want to see the gun zombie encounter. Okay. Alright. Okay. I had a hard time connecting with that legitimately tragic and good story because of the flashback minefield. That was nuts. Flashbacks within flashbacks within flashbacks. Overall, I liked Route A a lot more. Okay, so Route A was full of mysteries and questions and twists and turns and lots of stuff to theorize about. And so that was exciting and intriguing. But Route B had one mystery. Route B had one mystery. And I solved it in Chapter 2 of 7. The only question is how many people were in on it versus how many people were affected by it. The world building was good, yeah. But that was 15 hours of world building and slice of life, punctuated by the occasional action sequence. So that Route B was not to my taste. But we're past the lead up. All we've got left to do is the exciting shit. Seeing what's going on during the incident and after the point we've seen up to. And possibly a post-credit scene. I think if there were gameplay, I wouldn't have these problems. I do enjoy the flashbacks, but I think they misstep in the presentation. I think the biggest misstep is having Mashiro's character flags be flashbacks to saving his dog. It's a cute story, but there's no way to separate it from the other actually important ones. Yuri's character flag flashbacks were at least actually about her character and why Natsuhiko was so attached. Yeah. Like, Mashiro simultaneously got a lot of development and none at all. Like, she had some informed attributes as a kid, that she was a grouchy tomboy, and that was the whole of her character. Contrasted by the fact that she's basically a housewife in the present day. And we really only got Mashiro development and backstory at the end. During the trip through her memories. I think that was mishandled. I think Mashiro was mishandled. Yes. Yes, I will say I think Mashiro was mishandled. Kind of fucked up that they live in a prison city. Because, let's be real, that's what Rokame is. Like, Rokame City is built as much to contain the psychics as it is to protect them from everyone else. Oh, uh-oh. Huh? Mashiro? Did she get shot? Natsuhiko looked at Mashiro with wide eyes. There was blood on her right shoulder. Huh? What is this? A red stain grew on Mashiro's clothes before their eyes. Mashiro was shot? By who? From where? No, it burns. It hurts. Natsuhiko. Are you okay, Mashiro? I'll treat it right. And right as Natsuhiko started to yell. Guess it's harder to hit a moving target than you'd think. It's gun zombie time! He heard a low voice from behind him. Yep, there we go. Hi, asshole. He turned around, and there by the open gate was a man with a gun. You? The man was wearing a rescue squad outfit. A man whose mission was supposedly to save lives was now giving Natsuhiko a look that could kill. We meet again, communicator. The man's voice sounded familiar. I knew he was one of the terrorists in that scene. The man's voice sounded familiar. It was a voice they heard last night at the ruined factory. He's that terrorist? Did he chase after us? As soon as Natsuhiko made the connection, the man fired another shot. A sharp sound whizzed through the air right beside Natsuhiko's ear. He's trying to kill us. If we stay here, Mashiro's gonna... Natsuhiko fled from the man, Mashiro in his arms. Mashiro cried out in pain due to her wound. Hang in there, Mashiro. As he tried to voice his encouragement, Natsuhiko thought to himself. Salu said she was shot too. Was he the one that shot her? Salu said she knocked out the 2 terrorists. But they saw 3 terrorists in the ruined factory. And this man was the last one. Just then, another gunshot rang out from behind them. If they didn't escape, they'd be killed. Natsuhiko frantically turned the corner. There was a security gate on the other side. With Mashiro still in his arms, he swept the car through the slot. As the gate slowly opened, he heard footsteps coming from behind. Hurry up! Hurry up! Open, damn it! But as Natsuhiko pleaded... Oh, he got shot. He was suddenly interrupted by an intense pain. He could feel warm blood oozing out from his side. A bullet had apparently gouged out just a tiny bit of his flesh. Natsuhiko, a bullet just... It's just a scratch. At least that's what he told himself as he dashed to the other side of the gate. As they got to the other side, Natsuhiko pressed the open-close button on the security gate panel to shut the gate. And it probably wouldn't buy them much more than a few seconds. He probably has a security card too. Yeah, that he took off of Ukita. Natsuhiko rushed for the emergency staircase with Mashiro in his arms. But the staircase was already destroyed. Damn it! Natsuhiko called the map to mind and searched for escape routes. We're currently at floor B2 of Area 6's inner ring. 9 years ago, we escaped through the cargo lift. That was probably in the outer ring. When his thoughts had gotten that far, he heard sounds from outside the stairwell. It was the sound of the man opening the closed gate. Crap, he's gonna corner us. If they left the stairwell, the enemy would surely shoot them. But it was impossible for them to climb up to the surface with the staircase collapsed. Mashiro grabbed Natsuhiko's arm. Her hand was trembling. The footsteps approached. There was no time. If we only had a moment of an opening to get to the outer ring. Is there anything we can do? Anything to divert his attention? Natsuhiko thought for a second before an idea struck him. He focused hard and searched for the approaching man's characteristic brain waveform. The man was Type 5, a lone wolf detached from reality. Take this! Natsuhiko focused with all his might, sending forth intense telepathy. Stop! They heard the man scream from outside the stairwell. Natsuhiko held Mashiro and ran out of the stairwell. The man was standing still with his hands against his ears just outside in the connecting passageway. That was my most intense telepathy yet. Can your brain withstand such a loud sound? Natsuhiko concentrated further and fired off even more telepathy. The power necessary for a range of over 2 kilometers, all at a point-blank range. Don't move. I'll wreck your brain. Wreck it, wreck it, wreck it, Ralph! The man fell to his knees in pain. It worked, or at least he thought. Ah! The man shot his gun without getting up. Natsuhiko shielded Mashiro in his arms. Luckily, the bullet did not hit them, but the man kept shooting recklessly. Shit! Natsuhiko ran without rest. Damn it, telepathy isn't going to cut it. Even if it causes him to falter, it won't take him down. With that thought in mind, Natsuhiko rushed into the connecting passageway to the outer ring. A gunshot rang out from behind them. Mashiro breathed painfully. Her eyes looked vacant, as if she were running a fever. Mashiro, are you okay? Her answer was weak and ambiguous. Perhaps the sudden loss of blood was putting her into shock. If we don't escape quickly, Mashiro's gonna... Oh, she's gonna spend the next 6 hours bleeding out, Natsuhiko. Sorry. But escape alone was not enough. The terrorists' goal was to destroy the city. They were probably going to cause a meltdown right after this. Even if they got Mashiro out of there, even if Salu had already escaped. If the atomic dust scattered everywhere, then everyone would die before they could escape to a sufficient distance. In that case, what I need to do for the girls is... Intense determination filled Natsuhiko's heart. And then he slipped through the connecting passageway and approached Area 6's outer ring. The outer ring was like a spacious factory. A factory engulfed in flames. Natsuhiko recalled the sights of 9 years ago. Oh, this is why it's broken. Okay, so he puts Mashiro on the elevator, sends it up, then destroys the buttons so that Watase can't follow her. And then he heads to Area N. Got it. Interesting. Natsuhiko recalled the sights of 9 years ago. Back then, his mother took him here to escape. If I remember correctly, there's a cargo lift in the furthest part inside. Natsuhiko weaved his way through the flames, carrying Mashiro in his arms. The blazing fires relentlessly assaulted them, scorching at their skin and clothes. Natsuhiko withstood the heat and pain as he pushed forward towards the emergency escape he knew to be there. He opened the security gate at the corner of the factory. Beyond the gate was a small room that was not at all different from how he remembered. The control panel next to the lift had buttons to control the door. When he pressed the open button, they heard the sound of the lift slowly descending. And then the door opened. Okay, it's working. Apparently, the lift was set to automatically go down when the door opened, and automatically go up when the door closed. Natsuhiko looked inside to find that you could not control the lift's movement from inside. Guess it's because people aren't normally meant to ride this thing. Natsuhiko confirmed the setup and laid Mashiro on the floor. He took off her blazer and tore up his own shirt. He tightly wrapped the torn cloth over her shoulder. Does it hurt? I'm sorry. I'm tending to your wound right now. Tending? It'll be bad if you bleed any more than this. Natsuhiko finished tending to the wound and put her blazer back on. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Mashiro's consciousness seemed to be wearing thin. But nevertheless, she seemed to notice something strange in either his voice or expression. Her vacant eyes glimmered with the light of doubt. But why now? We're escaping together, so you can tend to it outside. I can't do that, Mashiro. I can't. Natsuhiko swallowed those words. Your wound could open during the time it takes to escape, right? That's why. It's nothing big. Really? Natsuhiko looked to the lift without answering the question. Listen, Mashiro, this lift can take you up to the surface. So first, you get on and escape. Huh? Why not the both of you, Egypt? And you, Natsuhiko? Natsuhiko looked for an answer, and he lied. I read that man's mind and found something out. Salou came down to try and save us, and it looks like she got trapped. That wasn't true. He only made it up so that he could get Mashiro to go out first. But without revealing any of that, Natsuhiko then spoke with sincerity. I'll escape after I save Salou. So I can't go with you now. You escape first and tell Mom everything. But Mashiro looked at Natsuhiko and whispered sadly, Liar. Huh? I couldn't read your mind with empathy just now. You're closing your heart, aren't you? Yeah, that was pretty transparent of you, Natsuhiko. Hey, come on now. Didn't you prohibit yourself from reading other people's minds without permission? Natsuhiko, what about the last half hour has said to you that she follows that self-prohibition? This isn't the time for that. What's your real goal, Natsuhiko? Why are you staying? It's not a lie. I'm going to save Salou and everyone else. As Natsuhiko piled on the lies, Mashiro spoke up with a tormented voice. Then I'm staying in the basement too. No, the terrorists are still wandering about the facility. I can just take you with me. I can't just take you with me. You'll just be a burden. If we don't act quick, he's going to come around here. So please, just go. Lying to a telepath. Yeah, seriously. No. Mashiro shook her head like a child. Tears blotted her eyes. I don't want us to get separated. We just now finally connected. For the first time in 9 years, we can finally speak our true words. Mashiro clenched her fist and pounded Natsuhiko's chest. She pounded and pounded as she cried out. And now you're the one lying to get away from me? That's too much. That's just too much. If you're not going to open your heart, then let me do what I want too. Okay, it still counts as before Chapter 8. Oh boy. I guess Mashiro High for this route. Mashiro wouldn't listen to what Natsuhiko had to say. It was because of the very fact that their hearts connected that their intentions did not. And so Natsuhiko, he expressed in his feelings to her with actions rather than... Parting kiss! Hell yeah! With actions rather than words. Mashiro. Hell yeah! Natsuhiko pinned her down and pressed his lips against hers. Her body stiffened in resistance. But eventually she relaxed. He felt her soft body and her pounding heart. And he knew she could feel his pounding heart as well. After that fleeting kiss. It hasn't been fleeting. We've been paused on that for like 45 seconds. Communication without brains. Natsuhiko gently moved back away from Mashiro, then shoved her into the elevator and pressed the button. I'm sorry, Mashiro. I know I'm always saying selfish things. But this is how I feel. I don't want to get separated from you either. But to protect you. Natsuhiko? Mashiro spoke up in confusion. As he gazed at her, Natsuhiko recalled something he had once heard. No flashbacks. It was what his mother had said 9 years ago. No flashbacks. This is a cargo lift. It can't go down to the basement from the ground floors, but it should go up the other way, even during incidents. It can't go down to the basement from the ground floors. So to protect Mashiro, I have no choice but to do this. As he muttered that, he pushed Mashiro onto the lift. Natsuhiko ignored Mashiro's yelp as he pressed the button on the lift's control panel. What are you doing? The lift door shut in front of Mashiro as she panicked and stood up. Stop joking around. Open up, Natsuhiko. Natsuhiko! He could hear her voice from beyond the door. This is a really stupid elevator setup, by the way. This is one of the least useful elevators I've ever seen in anything. It can only be operated from the bottom. It has no internal controls. I guess there's some security stuff that it can be said for, but you've already got the Area 6 card lock leading into this room. He could hear her voice from beyond the door. The lift could not be controlled from the inside. In just a matter of time, the lift would automatically take Mashiro up to the ground level. Natsuhiko placed a finger to his temple and sent her telepathy. Mashiro, thank you for everything. Tell her you love her! I'm glad we could be together. Natsuhiko? But this isn't our final farewell. I swear I'll come back alive. So wait for me up on the surface. He could tell Mashiro gasped. After a short moment of silence, her answer arrived. It's a promise, okay? Natsuhiko quietly nodded at those words. Soon enough, he heard the sound of the lift ascending. Natsuhiko pondered to himself as he heard that. Oh yeah, the other complaint I have about this, in addition to the lack of mysteries, the lack of choices. Like, the correct answer for 98% of the senses selections is to keep that character high. Like, there's no choices there. There were choices and stuff to think about in Route A. But in Route B, there's no choices. It's 15 hours of cutscenes in a row. Natsuhiko pondered to himself as he heard that. Mashiro, after 10 years, we finally had our journey of justice, haven't we? It was really fun, like old times, but this is as far as we can go together. It would have been simple to escape with Mashiro, but since there were no other emergency escapes, the man would probably come here eventually. The bullet wound in Natsuhiko's side throbbed in pain. It's not enough to run away. If we don't prevent the meltdown, if we don't stop them, the city would be destroyed. Okay, so all of the adults saw the corpse in this room. The city would be destroyed. Atomic dust would rain on Mashiro, Salu, his mother, Anna, and June, and everyone else. I can't let that happen. Natsuhiko stared intensely at the control panel and smashed it with all his strength. With what, your bare fists? It cut his fist, but he kept hitting it until, with a crunch, it was completely destroyed. To prevent it from being repaired, Natsuhiko tore out the wiring connecting it to the wall and stuffed it in his pocket. Aha! So that might be how they get out. Okay. Now the terrorists couldn't chase Mashiro. He cut off the only emergency escape, meaning nobody else could get out of the basement. I won't escape. What I need to do now is not to escape, but to fight. To defeat that man and prevent the terrorist attack. To protect everybody's future. Just as Natsuhiko made that resolution, he felt a presence behind him. Hi, Watase. He looked back to see the man standing by the entrance of the small room. The man glared at Natsuhiko with his gun at his waist. Natsuhiko immediately focused and sent a full-force wave of telepathy with all of his willpower. Stop! But the man didn't falter one bit. Don't move! He tried one more time, but the man showed no hint of any change. It's not working. Is he withstanding it? Telepathy, eh? You caught me off guard back there, but it's not going to work again. And with that, the man leapt at Natsuhiko. Oh, is his gun empty? The man grabbed him by the neck and pulled him in with frightening strength. His fierce glare pierced Natsuhiko like a sword. What happened to the girl? Who gives a damn? The moment he answered that, the man's fist sank into Natsuhiko's gut. It felt as if his stomach had ruptured. He couldn't breathe. The man quietly scanned the room and took notice of the broken control panel. Clever kid. You don't have glasses. Why are you doing the glasses push-up emote? The man clicked his tongue and beat Natsuhiko in the face. Lights flashed before Natsuhiko's eyes, and for a moment his consciousness threatened to cut out. He heard the man's voice through the ringing in his ears. You damn communicators really rub me the wrong way. So even a pack of monsters like you can value your friends, huh? I didn't know you monsters even had it in you. Man, what an asshole. The man's voice was full of pitch black hate. Anna's words played back in Natsuhiko's ear. What supports Q's belief is a hatred of the unknown. Right, yeah, that's very real. That's what Q is about in the real world. The mere thought that they're not like us is enough to incite them to hate others, ostracize them, and injure them. Their mentality is abnormal. He felt like he'd caught a glimpse of that mentality now. So Natsuhiko stood up to fight against that hatred. Of course we do. I don't know why you hate us so much. Communicators are people too. But we don't hate ordinary people without reason. We don't set towns on fire, we don't set bombs, and we don't shoot people indiscriminately. We're not like you terrorists. Natsuhiko could hear the man gasp. Eventually, the man smiled and his voice echoed. Well, no shit. No proper human would. But it's pretty ballsy of you to say that to my face, kid. Your kind killed over 100 people. Natsuhiko's eyes widened at those words. The man tightened his grip around Natsuhiko's neck and continued. Look, you communicator. Even if you don't know it, I've got a perfectly good reason to hate your kind. You have precious friends, right? And there was someone who was more precious to me than anyone else. What are you talking about? You don't know? No, of course you don't. What's one more dead kid in a list of 118 casualties? But that kid was my other half, my very mirror image. Twin brother? Weak but motivated. Stupid but gentle. The very embodiment of light to me. But that light died, and all that's left is a dark shadow. That's me. That's Watase Kasasagi. Burn that name into your ears. Carve it into your mind. Reflect on that name until the moment you die. Watase Kasasagi? It was a name he had never heard before. Natsuhiko's like, I have no idea what that means. Natsuhiko had no idea what the man was talking about. But the man didn't sweat the details as he slipped the gun out from his waist. At that moment, Natsuhiko froze. He's gonna shoot? All doubt flew away from his mind. And in its place, he recalled a conversation he once had with Salu. You threw that security guard today, didn't you? Do you think I can learn to do that too? Dabbling just a bit in martial arts won't help much, but there are techniques that even amateurs can use. If someone tries to grab you by the neck... Oh, that was foreshadowing, wasn't it? If someone tries to grab you by the neck, As soon as he remembered, Natsuhiko's body moved on its own. He grabbed the man's wrist back. Here's what I hate about the glasses push-up animation, even more than the fact that he's not wearing glasses, is the fact that that means that Watase has both his arms away from Natsuhiko. Like, okay, here's the count of arms, right? So Watase has an arm, a hand around Natsuhiko's neck. He has a hand with a gun in it, and he has a hand pushing up non-existent glasses on his forehead. and in this sprite, he's got his fourth arm at his side. This bugs me so much. Oh my god. He grabbed the man's wrist back and nimbly wrapped around behind him. The man braced his legs, but with a vigorous yell. You get him, Natsuhiko. Natsuhiko threw the man down. The man's body struck the floor. That was the Shihonage, the only technique Salu taught him. As he fell, something dropped from the man's pocket. A card with level N written on it. A security card. If I just... that's Ukita's card! I knew Ukita had higher security clearance than he claimed. Oh! I knew it! I called that back at the start of the game. A security card. If I just break it. Natsuhiko picked up the card and snapped it in two. And at the same time, the man got up. He was still holding the gun in his hand. Is he going to shoot? No. If I keep running away, I can trap him. Natsuhiko turned back and tried to dash out of the room. But then a gunshot rang out. And Natsuhiko's left arm popped. He shouted against his will. He was struck by intense pain, as if he had been hit by a blunt force weapon in the upper arm, and his brain were burning. Natsuhiko withstood the intense pain and tumbled out of the room. He ran into the fire, applying pressure to his arm. He took the split card and threw it into the blazing flames. A shout shot up from behind him. You think you can break my card and lock me in so I can't chase you, huh? Natsuhiko looked back to see the man standing behind the flames. The man took out another card from his pocket and replaced the one Natsuhiko destroyed. Too bad that wasn't my only card. I came prepared. So don't even think you're getting away, communicator. I will find you and I will kill you. I swear. Natsuhiko shook off that voice and ran. Alright. Listen, let's get to it, okay? I want to see the confrontation that leads to Natsuhiko staggering into Area N and collapsing. I want to see what the hell happens to Watase to fuck his brain up. I want to see how Yuri jumps from Natsuhiko's brain to Watase's. Natsuhiko shook off that voice and ran, and thus began his desperate fight for his life in the underground facility without an exit. He ran recklessly through the factory towards another area. But that area was also wrapped in flames, the heat waves tormenting Natsuhiko. As he ran, his breathing grew rough. Blood oozed out of his arm and side. His body was gradually losing strength. Damn it! What do I do? How do I defeat him? The telepathy attacks weren't working on him. His heart obviously wasn't open, so Natsuhiko couldn't use empathy. And the throwing techniques weren't enough to do any real damage. No matter how much Natsuhiko kept running, he would be overtaken and shot to death. Oh, you know what? Maybe being in Area N, the equipment there amplifies psychic powers in there to transmit them out of the room. So that's where the Yuri the adults were looking at came from. From Natsuhiko's brain after all, from his dreams. No matter how much Natsuhiko kept running, he would be overtaken and shot to death. If I at least had some sort of weapon. He looked around and soon realized he could use the fire surrounding him as a weapon. Natsuhiko kicked the burning wall with all his strength. The wall board tore off and fell to the floor. He held the board to the fire, setting it aflame as a sort of makeshift torch. These are not wooden walls. It's do or die, huh? I could just hit him in the face with this. Is it going to be simple cranial trauma amnesia? That would be so disappointing. If it worked out, he could blind the man. With that thought in mind, Natsuhiko hid himself under cover. Eventually, he heard the area gate open. Heavy footsteps approached. Wait for it. Don't go until the last second. Natsuhiko lowered his breath, concealed himself completely, and waited for the right timing. And then he jumped out of cover and hurled the burning board at the man's face. The man shrank back for a second. The board flew towards his face, but right before impact, he swatted it out of the air with his arm. What was that supposed to be? No, so nonchalant. Ha! Please, you didn't think this would defeat me, did you? Hang on. The man spoke in disappointment as he casually shot his gun. A third bullet gouged itself into Natsuhiko's body, this time in the right leg. He leaned against the wall, but he put up with the pain and forced his legs to run away. Is he going to shoot me in the back? He thought so, but the man did not. Instead of a gunshot, he heard a scoffing voice. Don't think I'll just give you the repose of death. That's it. Run, 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 you damn communicator. Man, fucking Watase. What an asshole. Just like how we ran in the hospital that night. The man kept speaking unintelligibly as he made his leisurely pursuit. Natsuhiko's voice overflowed with bitterness. Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Natsuhiko cursed over and over as he ran for his life, searching for a way to defeat the man and survive, searching for a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Oh my God, take me there, please! The blood poured endlessly. From his side, his left arm, his right leg. Next time on Full Metal Alchemist, his sight went dark, his body cold. He knew he was losing too much blood. So here's a question. Would Edward Elric think that cost me an arm and a leg jokes are funny? Or would he hate them? He knew he was losing too much blood. But no matter how bloody he got, no matter how much he ran, he could not find a single weapon to defeat the man. At the end of his aimless run, Natsuhiko arrived in a bizarre place. Yes, it would depend if he was fresh off the automail surgery or not. We're here! We're here! Finally! A spacious hall of some sort. Giant cylindrical machines were lined up. Their whirring noises indicated they were operational. What is this place? Natsuhiko did not remember how he had gotten here. His consciousness kept threatening to cut out. No, who cares about that? Is there anything I can use as a weapon? Natsuhiko's hazy thoughts were drowned out by a gunshot. Man, that's a lot of bullet holes. With another bullet pierced into his left arm, Natsuhiko collapsed to the ground. His brachial artery seemed to have ruptured as a fountain of blood gushed out. Oh, he should definitely have bled out over the course of 6 hours then. I can't. The wound was likely fatal. As Natsuhiko sank into a puddle of blood, the man's voice rained down upon him. So this is where you die. The man had apparently followed him all the way here. Natsuhiko hadn't even realized it. This is the perfect grave site for you monsters. The man trampled Natsuhiko's hand, smashing the security card in his grip. Pain ran through his trampled hand. He could no longer even scream. As Natsuhiko slowly looked up, the man questioned him. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Well, I'm sure it's nowhere near the level of pain the light of my life suffered at the hands of you monsters. But please, enjoy your 10,000th of that pain as you die there. Natsuhiko could say nothing. All he could do was question what he had just heard. What is he talking about? Who is this light of his life? But before he could find the answer to that question, his vision went dark. The man turned back and said, "After you comes the girl." So long, communicator. And then Natsuhiko brain blasts him. Natsuhiko gasped to hear those words. Are you ready for the 4th BC power? The secret 4th BC power? We've already seen the secret 3rd one. No way. He's going to chase Mashiro. And kill her? In an instant, Natsuhiko's consciousness came rushing back. The desire to protect Mashiro roused him. His body had already lost a large volume of blood. He probably didn't have much longer. He had no weapons. Telepathy was useless. But even so, think of a way to stop him. In an instant, Natsuhiko's thoughts ran wild. In a situation devoid of all hope. And inside the endless darkness, Oh, hang on. No, tell me we're not about to have a flashback into Watasei's past. No! Please tell me he just starts smashing things and doesn't experience Watasei's life. I can't handle another flashback right now. He found a single ray of hope. My ability. The power to connect minds rather than just brains. Can I use that to defeat him? When he had connected with Mashiro's heart, he saw her memories as if they were his own. Each memory seemed delicate, fragile, easy to break. They were foreshadowing this then. But obviously that wasn't reality. That was just a visualization of the brain activity inside Mashiro's head, wasn't it? He had no idea what the underlying principles behind the 3rd ability were. But it felt like diving into people's memories. It was an aberrant BC ability that allowed direct interference with the brain's function. If that's the case, then depending on how I go about it, perhaps I could use it to deal direct damage to his weak spot. It was hardly a glimmer of hope, but rather nothing more than wishful thinking. But as he thought about it, Natsuhiko remembered something. In particular, he remembered the last of Rokame City's 7 wonders, the one he could not remember when they were telling them to salute. It was the reverse of wonder number 5, which was, if a communicator uses BC without knowing the proper way, their mind will eventually break. Rokame City's 7 wonders, number 7. If a communicator excessively misuses BC, their target's mind will eventually break. Is this what it meant? Can powerful BC really break the target's mind? As soon as he got that idea. Karma! Natsuhiko's entire body regained its strength. Ah! Natsuhiko stood up and rushed at the man. What? The man turned around and readied his gun. But just a second sooner, Natsuhiko grabbed the man by the wrist. Like hell, I'm gonna let you. That's a good piece of art, but everyone's too noodly. Ah, Natsuhiko breaks his mind by giving him a ton of flashbacks. The man's face stiffened as Natsuhiko desperately grasped the man's wrist. He took a deep breath and focused with all his mind and soul. It was the same as when he entered Mashiro's mind. Natsuhiko focused on his intent to expose the man's mind, not to know it, but to destroy it. That moment, Natsuhiko's vision tumbled into darkness. All right, it's the same as how it was with Mashiro. Now to destroy his mind, and what Natsuhiko saw terrified him. Oh. What the hell? What the hell is this? Also, why are you reusing the hospital bed from Natsuhiko's hospital stay? What the hell is this? Oh wait, no, that's from Watase's stay. The inside of the man's mind was completely different from Mashiro's. Kill. 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 Communicators aren't human. They're mind-corrupting monsters. This is a monster hunt. Kill or be killed. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill. The man's distorted thoughts were swirling with tremendous hatred and killing intent. The visions of the memories floating about were likewise warped, ruined, and teeming with malice. The man's mind was devoted to hatred towards communicators. Resentment, indignation, lament, murderous rage, all sorts of negative emotions. Natsuhiko even felt the man's unadulterated emotions that could be neither verbalized nor visualized. Why is it all like this? No, more importantly, I need to destroy these memories. Natsuhiko glared at the fragments of the man's memories. Shatter! The moment he wished for their destruction, the visions burst and faded into the darkness. The man screamed. Natsuhiko snapped back to his senses. The man dropped his gun and gazed at Natsuhiko in dumbfounded terror. My head, it can't be. Not you, too. The man babbled ambiguously as he stared fearfully at Natsuhiko. However, Natsuhiko was already at the end of his rope. I can't go on. I can't keep focusing. He glared at the man and tried to use BC, but he couldn't use his abilities. If he got shot by the man again, it would certainly be the end of his life. However... The man turned around and ran like mad. Excuse me. Wait! Natsuhiko tried to chase after him, but collapsed. The man's back faded into the distance. His mind is abnormal. Why would he hate communicators so much? Natsuhiko couldn't believe it. What could drive someone to hate others so much? Someone like that is dangerous. Someone like that can't be allowed to exist. Natsuhiko could no longer move so much as a finger. Damn it. I can't move anymore. Am I going to die here? Natsuhiko's consciousness faded. The feeling of death loomed over him. But at that moment, Mashiro came to mind, and his consciousness resurged for the 5th time. No, I can't die here. Not now. If I leave that terrorist alive, he'll kill Mashiro. So at the very least, I need to stop that man. And this explains why Watase was not in Area N when he woke up. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the final flame of life ignited within Natsuhiko. He wasn't dead just yet. He still had his sight, his hearing, his touch, his smell, his taste, and his pain sensitivity. As long as he was alive, he'd keep going until that final flame died out. You! Natsuhiko forced his body up. His hazy eyes caught sight of the man trying to leave the room. You're not getting away. As he steeled his fading consciousness, Natsuhiko focused with all his mind. Show me all the memories that compose his mind. And the moment that thought crossed his mind, countless visions twinkled in the darkness. No flashbacks. No flashbacks. No flashbacks. This is all I can do now. So please, work. Shatter. Natsuhiko used the last of his BC to destroy the man's mind. To destroy his enemy's inexhaustible malice, he crammed in malice of his own that surpassed it. In that moment, the man's scream echoed from somewhere. After a split second, the man's body collapsed. Natsuhiko could no longer see, only hear. But he was convinced that he had destroyed the man's mind. As he heard the sound of the gate closing, Natsuhiko's lips curled up in a faint smile. I did it. Now he can't attack Mashiro anymore. And with that conviction in his mind, all strength left his body. His body grew cold. His sight grew dark. It was as if all his senses diluted, as if he became a mere spirit floating in the air. He felt like a ripple in the water. Death was near. But he was fine with that, as long as he was able to protect her. Natsuhiko's mind filled with warmth. And after that, suddenly, nothingness swooped down upon him. In his fading consciousness, Natsuhiko thought that he had finally accomplished something at the end of his 16 years of life. Thank goodness. I saved Mashiro. He was able to repay his debt of 9 years. I erased the malice. Well, yes, actually you did. He prided himself in that feat as he prayed. So, please, I hope that this never happens again. No more tragedies. So here's the question. June was definitely not in on the sabotage plan. Was Kazumi? I wonder. No more tragedies. No more flashbacks. But that desire eventually disappeared as well. And then he wakes up at the end of Route A. Mashiro. Okay, so no brain swap. At the end of his vague thoughts, he thought faintly about the girl who was precious to him. And then Natsuhiko's consciousness sank into the darkness. Epilogue. Okay. At that time, somewhere in the basement floors of Labo, there was a girl desperately trying to pull her consciousness together as well. Did I lose too much blood? In her hand, she grasped a single ampule of medication. She stuck it into her arm with wavering hands. And somewhere else, two female rescue squad members spoke with heavy expressions on their faces. We lost radio contact with the commander again. What about the captain's team? Still can't get through to them either. The woman gritted her teeth as she glared at the radio. Captain. As she worried about her squad mates, the other girl furrowed her eyebrows. On the lower floor, another woman nearly crawled on the ground to escape the encroaching fire and smoke. Why are you here? Ugh, damn it. Like hell am I gonna die here? She gave voice to her conviction and ran for her life. And finally, somewhere far away from there, in the darkness of a section everyone had forgotten, lay a lone girl. The lone girl. The lone girl. She slowly got up. What's going on? It was the girl who had been inside the boy's mind. The girl who had died here 9 years ago. She looked around and murmured in an empty voice. Hikarin. However, her words fell on no ears. That is a new mystery. How did she get brought to life? Okay, so if she's physically present, or, well, no, maybe not physically present. If she's a tulpa now, ooh, she might be a tulpa. A tulpa brought about by the psychic radiation. However, her words fell on no ears, but dissolved into the darkness instead. Before end. All right, Route C. Route crime. Continuation of Route double. Area N. 3:15 p.m. The man toyed around with by countless mysteries and even doubted by those he trusted has finally exhausted his strength. But a boy had been watching him from the shadows all along. He knows the truth behind the auditory hallucinations the man kept hearing. Just what happened there after the man shot the boy down and before he stood up again. This is another survival story that was never depicted before. Once the boy decides to leave his lookout and take matters into his own hands, the story will move towards its end. Okay, so this is just a preview for after, in case you did before first.
Before crime, after days.
Oh, okay, never mind. The past and the future. Those two routes now overlap to become one. To the next route. Current unlocked. A new scenario has been added to the route select menu. Unlocked answers mode for B. Select the answer. Okay. Now saving. Alright, let's see. Route A. Route B. Route C. Oh, it's not Tahiko again. Alright, fair enough. The man who never lost heart has finally exhausted his strength. A boy was watching him from the shadows all along. Just what happened there after the man shot the boy down and before he stood up again. Once he decides to leave his lookout and take matters into his own hands, the story will move towards its end, and thus the present has arrived. Where is the truth? Endings cleared? Just the one. I wonder how long Route C is. We did it! We finished Route B! Yeah, you should definitely play after before. After first, then before. Like, the story works so much better if you have all the mysteries and confusion and guessing games of after, and then get before, which gives a lot of world building and answers for a lot of questions, and then spoils that Watase is the bad guy. Yeah, definitely should play after first. Okay, well, we did it! We beat Route B! Hooray! Finally. And now we're moving into the present and the future. No more flashbacks. Please, just let the story go. I think the big problem with Route B's framing, with the snippet of the start of the disaster, then a big flashback that covers a whole day, then flash forward to a snippet of the disaster, and then flashback all the way to another day and have a whole day. I think the big problem with that framing is that it feels like the story goes nowhere. The presentation is that you're frozen in time and just getting lore and background for 17 hours. I think that's bad presentation. I think that's a big part of my problem with Route B, is that it felt like it was going nowhere even when it was going somewhere. And by the time it started feeling like it was going somewhere, I was really fed up with all the interruptions. I think, yeah. What the hell was that glitch? Weird. Yeah, I think Route B suffers from that framing device. If it did it once, like if it showed some of the start of the disaster and then flashed back to the start of the week and then went through the whole week straight, I think that would have felt better, actually. Like, I think that wouldn't have felt as bad because it was an ongoing story that didn't constantly get interrupted. Well, it would have still gotten constantly interrupted by flashback scenes for character flags, but you know what I mean. I think that would have felt better. I don't know if that would have been a better story, because the way Yuri's brain ghost interacts with the ending and starting of each day was pretty cool. But I think overall it was more negative than positive the way they did it. So yeah, I guessed the big twist. I think the bigger killer for B is how the dialogue is written. Japanese writing does repetitive phrases that really drags in English. A much more thorough localization will usually spice up the phrasing of them, but I doubt this game really has as much time for the translators, especially with the amount of text. Yeah, that's fair. This was a low-budget indie game. What was I about to say? Oh, but yeah, my other, so I figured out the big twist in chapter 2 of 7, and then it was 5 chapters of waiting to see if I was right. It feels good that you were impressed that I figured it out that early. I am genuinely how early you got it. Genuinely what? Give me that word so I can prop up my ego. Impressed. Okay. I'm genuinely impressed how early you got it. Yeah. Feels good to be proven right about stuff that I call early on. So we have a Yuri Tulpa running around. Probably because of the psychic radiation. And she mistrusted Watase because she had memories of, because she had Natsuhiko's memories of Watase. Interesting. I was betting on psychic parasite or mind transfer or projection. I was not betting on Tulpa. Like that Yuri Tulpa actually genuinely surprised me. Which I guess is the balance you get for me figuring out that Yuri was dead the whole time and a brain ghost that early in the story. That I get blindsided by this. Definitely some good alternate theories. Thank you. My favorite theory about this game, and I am so sad was proven incorrect, was that Ena was Natsuhiko's mom. I was convinced for a while that Ena Tsubakiyama was actually Miyoko Tenkawa and was lying about it. I'm so sad that wasn't the case. You like that theory? Nice. So yeah, We had Mashiro on the senses wheel for the entirety of Route A, and she wasn't even in the basement with us. Like, she made it out before Route A even began. Cool that the interface didn't spoil that. Excuse me. Oh, we're going to continue tomorrow. So I guess we'll see if Route C is less than 4 hours long. At my speed, how long would you estimate I have before I finish the game, Shy? 1 stream? 2 streams? Is Route C as long as the others? 3 streams? Longer than you might expect. Okay, so we'll be doing Route Double for a while then. Okay. Watch as it continues on to later days and the plot just keeps going. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's where we're gonna end for today. Oh man, sorry for complaining so much about the flashbacks, but that was just insufferable. Okay, yeah, that's where we're going to end for today. So I'll read my schedule and get off. Before I do, I would like to plug my Patreon, which you can find at patreon.com/LoreweaverStreams. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video and can be found with the !Patreon command in Twitch chat. I make my living off of Patreon. It's my sole source of income, and I make enough to pay my rent and my bills, but I'm mostly just scraping by beyond that. And I'd really like some more stability, some savings for medical emergencies, for if I need to replace stuff, even just enough money to get $10 takeout once in a while. And I haven't had that for a very long time. So if you could go to my Patreon and pledge $1 a month, or $1 per stream, or anything in between, I would be grateful. I'm grateful to everybody who pledges, because you're the reason I have this strange, silly job that I love so much. If it weren't for you guys, I would still be a telemarketer, which was a horrible, soul-sucking job that I hated. So, thank you. There is also a new patron tier on my Patreon, where you can pledge $10 a month to pick a game for me to play, to check out for an hour, something from my vast selection of Steam games I've accumulated over the years, something from PS Plus, something from the free Epic games, a game you get me, a game with a demo. Pick a game for me to play an hour of. I'll record that as an off-stream video and upload it to YouTube. There are 12 slots open right now, so grab those before they go away. I look forward to seeing what you guys pick. And please do go for that. I could really use the extra money. So now for the schedule. Tomorrow we'll be continuing Route Double Before Crime After Days for this patron. Saturday will be our weekly Final Fantasy XIV stream. Sunday will be The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky 2nd Chapter for a patron. Monday I'll be continuing Wolfenstein The New Order for a patron. Tuesday I'll be playing Ogre Battles 64 for a patron. Wednesday I'll be continuing Crosscode for a patron. Thursday I don't have anything scheduled. I'm probably taking that day off to record a podcast with Love and Teddy. And next Friday will be Yakuza 0 for a patron. So that's what's coming up. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.